Well, nothing was going to happen unless I got my glasses out of my pocket. Good afternoon. Welcome. My name is Mark Campbell, and I am the Vice President for Enrollment here at the Cooper Union. We are so excited to welcome you to campus, and I want to extend my personal congratulations to the students for your admission to Cooper. As you all know, our process is highly personalized, highly individualized, and as a result, we know you very, very well. And this only amplifies our collective excitement for today. For the folks who work in the admissions profession, Admitted Student Day might be the most rewarding day of all. After all, we've been working with you, students and families, for many months, and in some cases even years. And here you are, finally. And we are truly thrilled that you are here today. I have a couple of housekeeping items that I want to share. Most of what I'm sharing might have been rotating on the screen earlier, but first and foremost, we ask you to keep your wristband on for the entire event. That's how you get into all the things that we have planned for you. So please don't remove that, especially for the reception at 4:30, where we'll have a lot of great food, some live music, and this is a time to chat informally with our students, with our faculty, with our staff, and to get many of the kinds of questions that are appropriate to ask individually rather than in a group. That's the place where that can happen. So really encourage your attendance there. We'll run a program that at some point will have students separated around campus, and parents, families will stay here, and then we'll all reunite at the reception later. So we know from past years that families are looking for their students, and I would just say now, you'll all meet together over at the reception, and we'll help you get there. Okay, we have such a full program. I'm going to get right to the next thing, which is the introduction of our president. Laura Sparks is in her 7th year as president of Cooper Union. She is recognized as a leader in higher education, finance, philanthropy, and community economic development. Laura is our 13th president and the first woman to hold the position. Under her leadership, Cooper has seen a resurgence on campus with improved financial results, improved financial aid for students, upgraded and new facilities, the hiring of several new tenure-track faculty, significant new supports for students across a range of areas, and a renewed focus on opportunities for students and faculty to engage across all 3 schools in an interdisciplinary fashion. It's my honor to introduce to you our president, Laura Sparks.
Hello, everyone. It's fantastic to see you here. I am so pleased to welcome all of you to the Cooper Union for the Advancement of Science and Art. There is always such extraordinary energy around this event, and I can feel it in this room again this year. As Mark said, it all began with our admissions committees reading all about you. In many cases, they've seen your work. They've spoken with many of you too. It's a rigorous process, as you know, and you are the individuals who were selected as the next entering class of the Cooper Union. Can we have a round of applause for our new? Your time today here is an opportunity to really reflect on all that's led you to this point, to feel pride in reaching this point, and to imagine what might be possible over the next several years as part of the Cooper family. I want to thank you for choosing to be here. I know you could spend your time doing many, many things on a weekend, and we're so pleased that you're with us here today. I want to also thank the family members and loved ones who traveled here with you, family and friends. Your support over the years has been an important part of your students' success, and this is a special time for you to experience together. I urge you to take full advantage of meeting our faculty and staff today, asking questions, getting insights to help you imagine how your student can experience college at Cooper. And to those of you who might have come on your own today, a special welcome to you. We are here for you, and I think you'll quickly find that everyone here at Cooper becomes part of the family, so to speak. The fact that you're sitting here today means that you are among the very best, the very brightest, the most creative, most accomplished students in the country and across the world. And importantly, yes, who clapped for that? That was great. And I think just as importantly as all that you've accomplished to get you to this point, what we see is the tremendous potential that you have for what lies ahead. I am impressed by your determination and your fortitude. Gaining admittance to the Cooper Union is no small feat. It's a significant one, and you did it. Your being here today likely means quite a few things about you. You likely want an engaging college experience that will challenge you and stretch your abilities beyond anything you have already achieved. It means that although many of you have had a strong vision for your professional futures, you want to learn, you want to think, practice, and create in new and innovative ways. The idea of studying with and learning with a highly accomplished faculty made up of some of the leading minds in their fields and in the worlds of architecture, art, engineering, the humanities, and social sciences must be highly appealing to you. And you likely want to do all of that in a very intimate learning environment, classrooms, labs, studios, and exhibition spaces where you can collaborate on projects with your peers and students and faculty in other disciplines too. And also take advantage of living in one of the world's greatest cities. Beyond that, I'm guessing you have some important questions. Questions about what you really want out of this education and about how this education can empower you to achieve your goals and make a meaningful impact on the world. Those are ultimately questions that you will need to answer for yourself. But I can tell you that the courage to ask them is one of the defining qualities that make Cooper Union students so exceptional. In addition to the academic distinctions and opportunities for which the Cooper Union is well known, this is a place where constructive questioning has moved society forward, a place where academic study inspires critical discourse and opens paths for pursuing solutions to significant challenges. And that's been true for 165 years since Peter Cooper opened the doors to this foundation building. Peter Cooper believed strongly that education is the key to personal prosperity and civic virtue, and that it should be accessible to everyone, regardless of socioeconomic background, race, or gender. He also believed that an education should be holistic, not only technical or professional, not solely intellectual or creative, but rather an education that combines all of these things for a more powerful result, a result that enables you as students to improve your own lives and to contribute to a greater public good. Today, we see Peter Cooper's vision brought to life here every day. It's in the way our students challenge themselves to stretch beyond what they thought was possible or what they knew about themselves and the world around them. It's in the art and architectural designs they create and the engineering solutions they devise. We also see Peter Cooper's vision at the intersections of those disciplines in spaces like our ACE Lab and our Civic Projects Lab, and hopefully you've gotten an opportunity to see some of those things, places where art, architecture, and engineering students work side by side to bring ideas to life that address urgent, complex issues like sustainability in urban settings, climate change, homelessness, and more. In addition to this educational exploration, the Cooper Union was also founded to play an important role in the civic and cultural life of New York City and the nation. In this great hall, artists and activists, organizers, scientists, civil rights leaders, American presidents, and everyday citizens have presented, contested, and shaped the issues and advancements of their time. In this very room, Abraham Lincoln made his famous Right Makes Might speech, arguing against the expansion of slavery and effectively launching his bid to the presidency. And since that time, 10 other US presidents have spoken in this room. Suffragists like Susan B. Anthony and Elizabeth Cady Stanton advocated and organized here for a woman's right to vote. In fact, you'll meet our acting dean of the School of Art later, Adriana Farmiga. Her former office is in the place where Susan B. Anthony used to do her work upstairs before coming down to organize in this hall. Abolitionists like Frederick Douglass rallied Great Hall audiences in the fight for racial equality, and early meetings to form the NAACP took place in this room. In recent years, the Great Hall has welcomed influential figures ranging from climate activists like Naomi Klein to contemporary artists like Ai Weiwei and distinguished architects like our alumna Elizabeth Diller, who was on this stage just a few weeks ago talking about her extraordinary body of work. Authorities on science and technology like journalist Ed Young and Kara Swisher, acclaimed authors like Neil Gaiman, and boundary-breaking civic leaders like John Lewis. We also stay connected with our incredible network of alumni who have built accomplished careers and remain engaged with Cooper in active, meaningful ways for the benefit in particular of you, the students and graduates who are coming after them. Let me just give you a sense of the kinds of work our alumni are in the midst of. I'll share just a few examples. We could be here for days talking about all of their extraordinary work. Chris Penebianco is a 2016 graduate of the Albert Nurkin School of Engineering who earned his PhD in biomedical sciences from the Icahn School of Medicine at Mount Sinai. Through our research exchange with Mount Sinai, he has been an active collaborator with Cooper students and faculty on groundbreaking research in biomaterials and new medical technologies. Chris has even co-authored research papers with Cooper students and engaged them in their unique research experience that sets them up for graduate school and careers beyond at the cutting edge of bioengineering. Emily Gusso, a 2014 graduate of the School of Art, just presented an acclaimed solo exhibition of her work at the Queens Museum here in New York. Her story of perseverance as an artist is incredible. At an early age, she began to experience hearing loss. She was an art student at Cooper when she lost her sense of sight as the result of an accident. Faced with a crisis of how to continue art making and overcome her inner ableism, as she calls it, she learned to navigate her creative practice and the world relying on a cane, a hearing aid, and her guide dog who inspires much of her work. She's been in residency at the Queens Museum for the last year, where she recently led Cooper art students on a private tour of the exhibition. Shigeru Ban, a 1984 graduate of the Irwin S. School of Architecture and a Pritzker Award-winning architect renowned for his use of paper to quickly build shelters for victims of disasters, has done extraordinary work across the world and has remained connected to Cooper students. The first of these projects was the Paper Log House, which for the first time in 6 years is now on view in North America, thanks to the efforts of Cooper architecture students, faculty, and alumni. To commemorate the 75th anniversary of Philip Johnson's iconic glass house, Shigeru Ban Architects collaborated with 39 Cooper students to fabricate the Paper Log House components over 2 days, right here, and assemble it on the grounds of the Glass House campus in Connecticut, where it is currently on view to the public. So I would encourage you to go see it if you have an opportunity to do that. The list goes on and on. As I said, we could be here for days talking about our illustrious alumni. And the legacy of the Cooper Union and our Great Hall goes on as each new class of incoming students like you makes the decision to join this very special place and to define what will come next for the college and for you. I want to take a moment to recognize your journey to this point. You are coming of age at a time that is incredibly complex. You have been witness to and are perhaps experiencing and participating in the pain and conflict in the Middle East and the world's reawakening in many ways when it comes to social, racial, economic, gender identity, and climate justice, and in understanding complex histories. I would guess that many of you have perspectives that you have today and that you continue to shape, and desires for how you might affect these matters. We are exploring all of those spaces here at Cooper too, and working as a community to uphold this institution's longstanding commitment to respecting differences, growing and forging new paths forward, and doing so inspired by our shared humanity, so that we may in turn benefit the world we share and steward together. I'm truly excited by the potential that you all represent together here in this room for what lies ahead. The qualities that propelled you here are some of the same ones that seed creative inquiry and help fuel academic success. But more than that, they are the qualities that help you do whatever it is you seek to do, to make a difference, to conjure up new ideas and new approaches, to make things better in a world that needs you to do just that. I'm excited for you. I am especially excited by your aspirations and your ambitions. I want to thank you again for choosing to join us for our annual Admitted Students Day. I want to thank our incredible staff for bringing together such a phenomenal class and for preparing for this day and all that comes beyond, and I look forward to welcoming you back in August. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to our fantastic Dean of Students, Chris Chamberlain.
Hello, everybody. Hello. Yeah. We'll get better at that as we go through here. As Laura said, my name is Chris Chamberlain. I'm the Dean of Students here at Cooper Union, and it is truly a pleasure and an honor to be here with you today. I've been at Cooper for just under 15 years, and now we're at the point where when Laura is talking about alum, some of them are people that were students during their first year here when I was here, which I'm so proud to see and hear about their accomplishments post-Cooper. At the same time, it also makes me feel incredibly old and realize that some of the folks that were here when they were 17 years old now have PhDs and are out there doing amazing things in the world. One thing I'll frame that with is just, for those of you that are in the audience today that are our students, are going to be our students matriculating here in the fall. You heard from, I think, about 3 folks that Laura mentioned. I'm sure as you go through the day today or just going online, you'll see all sorts of things that our alums have accomplished in the world. You'll meet faculty today who are out there in the world doing amazing things in all 4 faculties: art, architecture, engineering, and humanities and social sciences. And I hope you take an opportunity to see yourself in that. It might seem like a great distance away for you now, but the reality is, 4 or 5 years, however long it takes you, is going to pass. I'm one of those people that can't snap their fingers, but if I could, I would have just done it for dramatic effect. But one of those things that's just a matter of time is going to pass so quickly, and before you know it, you're going to be walking across this very stage like some of our students will be doing in a month to get their degree and going out there and doing those things. So again, I encourage you, just think about all the amazing things that folks that have been here have done, and that's the horizon for you. That's what you're coming here to do, as Laura mentioned, to make this world a better place, not just for you, for your families, but for all of us, because as we all know, we're in dire need of that right now. A lot of things happening out there, and really excited to have such bright, articulate, excited folks here to contribute to the world in such meaningful ways. So really, thank you. And I know Laura did this, but I will do this again too, and it's hard for me to do because I can't see everybody, but major congratulations, not just to the incoming students that are going to be joining us, but certainly to your families, to the loved ones, folks that are here that we helped you and supported you to get here, because nothing happens in isolation. None of us can do anything on our own. We're all part of a larger community, whatever that looks like for you. So just want to give a big round of applause to literally all of our guests that are here in the audience today for being here and for helping out. Making sure my slides are up. So what I'm going to talk to you all about today is student life at Cooper Union. Kind of how I like to frame it is some of the transitions from what happens in the classroom, what happens in the studios, what happens in the labs, to what happens in real life, how you translate those things to skills that will turn into jobs, that will turn into your career path, whatever that looks like for you. The world of work looks very different for many of our graduates. Some folks go into very traditional work environments, some go into very atypical, non-traditional work environments, and we're here to help support you through that. And then also just have a good time. Part of going to college is having fun. A big part of going to college should be having fun. Cooper's a really unique place, and so far as that students that come here are really focused on a specific discipline. You kind of know what you want to do, or at least you think you know what you want to do. Our job here is to really help you along on that journey, to help you, continue to figure out if that path you're on is the right one for you, if something else looks appealing, help you navigate all those questions and complexities about your career, your life, all of those things. So I'm going to talk today less about the academic side. You're going to hear plenty about that as the day goes on, and more so what resources we have in place to sort of help you along your journey, from a co-curricular perspective of how we're there to support you with the guardrails of things that are going to come up for you during your time here at Cooper Union. So again, welcome. Really glad y'all are here today. Always like this quote from Neil Gaiman: "The world always seems brighter when you've just made something that wasn't there before." One of the reasons I think that's a great quote to put here at Cooper Union is it's really kind of what we're about, right? People should be coming here to design, create new things, new ideas, new thoughts. I mean, most colleges, I think, are designed to be doing that. I think we're uniquely positioned there insofar as art, architecture, and engineering come together in such beautiful ways to really transform, I think, both philosophically and pragmatically, things that you can actually touch into new things and create a world that was better than it was before we got here. So again, just something to think about as you're making some decisions. I know some of you may be like, woo, I am here, no question, Cooper's where I'm going to be. Other folks may still be, using today as an opportunity to discern, is Cooper Union the right place for you? Smart of you to do that. You should absolutely be using today as an opportunity to talk to faculty, talk to staff, talk to students, and really understand, is this the right fit for you? And is what you want to do with the rest of your life aligned with what it is we offer here, which is degrees in art, architecture, and engineering that are bar none. Those fields are amazing. We have an incredibly bright and just amazing faculty of humanities and social sciences, and those all work together to create a very holistic education that will not just have you go out into the world as an amazing artist, architect, or engineer in a traditional sense, but with an information base that allows you to really look at things from a humanistic lens and to really be able to, like I said earlier, go out there and make the world a better place. We here in the Office of Student Affairs are here to support all of that work. Really here to help you, guide you along on your journey, and help our faculty and staff and our academic programs to also help guide you along on your journey. So what is Student Affairs? Student Affairs here at Cooper are our Welcome Week and new student orientation programs, which I'll talk about, our Office of Student Care and Support, our Center for Career Development, Housing and Residential Life, campus life and student activities. That's the kind of the nuts and bolts, the crux of who we are and what we do. So one of the things that might be front and center on your mind right now is Welcome Week, new student orientation. What does that look like? I'm going to go over some nuts and bolts of that with you again. We'll dive much deeper into this when you actually get here in August and are going through what all of that looks like and onboarding you to Cooper Union, meeting all your friends, meeting all your new friends. But I do want to go over just some real kind of higher level logistics about the dates, what to expect, what the summer looks like, what the start of the school year will look like for you. So we do have our academic calendar set for next year, and our Welcome Week, the on-campus portion of that, starts on August 28th and goes through September 2nd, with classes beginning on September 3rd. We do have some orientation activities that will occur before that, so probably after you walk across, for those of you that haven't yet graduated, I know some may have, between graduation and when you come to Cooper, we'll do some things over the summer. Most of that is going to be pretty low stakes, low bar to entry, some online workshops, some optional, some things that we really do want you to participate in, but just to get some initial information as you're planning to come to Cooper. And then we'll flesh all that out in much more detail once you're actually here. Again, probably back in this very room on August 28th, being welcomed officially and having a more robust on-campus experience to supplement what we'll do over the summer. Once we get through the next few weeks, maybe months, and we finalize exactly who our class is, a lot of information will be coming out to you, so I encourage you to use all the communication channels that are presented to you. Initially, they'll probably be communicating to you through your personal emails. Eventually, that'll be transitioned over to your Cooper email. You'll probably hear this a million times, but make sure you check your email. That's how you're going to be getting a lot of information from us, and the same will be true about Welcome Week and orientation. As I mentioned, so we're looking at August 28th to September 2nd, with classes beginning on September 3rd. Really going to be spending a lot of time getting to know each other, your colleagues, your friends, your fellow students, faculty, staff, really diving deeper into what our facilities look like. One of the most anxiety-producing things for me about going to college was I just was so similar to going to high school, but for college it was like kind of expanded. Where am I going to go? Where's my classes? Am I going to have enough time to get from point A to point B? What if I get lost? What if I can't find this classroom? You'll have lots of opportunity in those days preceding the start of class to really get the lay of the land, really understand where classes are. If you're living in the residence hall, you'll get a sense of what that looks like. If you're commuting, lots of opportunities to figure out, what those timelines look like for you, getting from point A to point B. Lots of peer mentors on campus to help with that, as well as our full team in student affairs to really help you navigate all of those things. At the end of the day, really what we want to get out of folks during Welcome Week and orientation is just feeling a sense of belonging, welcoming you to your home. This is going to be your home for the next 4 or 5 years. And we really want to make sure that you have everything you need to be successful here and answers to all of your questions. Starting today, moving onward, that's what we're here for. You'll be learning about, again, all of our resources, facilities, some workshops, healthy relationships, navigating this institution. That one day will be an open house where you literally just go through the buildings, meet folks, learn about what happens, hopefully see some work that's already been created in those spaces by existing students, alums, and faculty. Big focus on self-care and student wellness, making sure that you have the tools and resources available for you to take care of you. You're students, and at the end of the day, you're here to get a degree and an education. And we also want to make sure that you're healthy and that you're taking care of yourself. So we have a lot of resources here to help you feel connected to those spaces and to really, make sure that if you need some help, you know who to ask and how we can get that for you. Our safety and security team does some workshops during Welcome Week. We talk about alcohol, substance use, and misuse as well. Have a big welcome back picnic, which is always a lot of fun. You'll see some pictures and slides from that in a little bit. And again, even more community building, connection forming, all those things. And I know, every once in a while there's someone who can't attend orientation or Welcome Week. If that's your case, please reach out to us and let us know in advance. We'll do whatever we can to try to get information to you. I will say, you can't replicate that time together, bonding and building bonds and meeting your peers, developing relationships. So really, I would encourage folks, to the extent that you can, to be here on campus for those days from the 28th to the 2nd. It really is, nothing that we do is not intentional. It's not a significant number of days, but they're really purposeful, and there's a lot there. And again, we can get you information, but we can't really recreate that time that you spend bonding, getting to know each other, getting to know your peers and your friends. So any questions about that, let us know, but really plan to be here for the Welcome Week days. It's really, really important for folks. A couple dates. I know sometimes I want to mention just some of the things that come up for folks as you're onboarding to Cooper. We do require that you complete some health forms to make sure that you're compliant with some of our New York State requirements around immunizations and health and safety. Those are due by June 5th. I promise you'll get lots of emails, lots of reminders about this, but just trying to go over some things that are generally front and center for folks. You'll just upload those documents via Slate, and Eric Conley's our contact there. If you have any questions about how to do that, it's pretty simple. Anyone who has any medical needs or accommodation requests for any physical or issues around accommodations at all, whether they be academic or otherwise. Alex Fisher, who's also here today, is our Director of Student Care and Support and would be your initial entryway, your point of contact for that if you haven't already been in touch with him. Again, alex.fisher@cooper.edu. If you go on the Student Affairs website, on Cooper Union's website, and click on the directory, you click on Student Affairs, you can find the contact information for everyone. So if you see someone here you want to get in touch with and you missed the email address or something, it's all available online. Really easy to find out who we are and how to get in touch with us. I just mentioned earlier our area of student care and support, which Alex is our director of. Our student care and support area consists of our student care team, which is Alex, who leads that area. We have 2 full-time clinicians who are here, Cassandra and Elizabeth, who are student care coordinators. They're both licensed mental health professionals. And then on top of that, we have a robust counseling program. We contract with about 20, give or take, providers in the neighborhood to provide mental health counseling to our students free of charge. Cassie and Elizabeth really work to help people get connected, students connected with those resources if they want them. We have a 24/7 healthcare app for students, so if you're feeling pretty low one day and you need to connect with a doctor or something, you can do it without having to get out of your bed. Again, these are all things that are just included as part of being a Cooper Union student. You're not using insurance or anything like that for that. And we'll go over all these things with you when you get here, but just want folks to know, there's a lot of health resources here in this neighborhood, obviously. There's clinics, hospitals, all those things. On campus, we don't have a health center or a counseling center like a traditional college campus does. We do have our counseling program through Student Care and Support, and then we augment that with the Timely Care, Cooper Care app, which gives you access to healthcare 24/7, and then our on-campus team that really helps you, figure out who you need to go to if you need to go talk to someone. Again, Alex is here now, and we'll be here throughout the day. If y'all have questions, just feel free to ask for either him or I. We'd gladly answer those for you. Student health insurance, all students in New York are required to have health insurance. Again, you'll go over this process when you come through the onboarding after you've accepted and deposited to come here. If you have your own health insurance, totally great. You don't need to take ours. There is a vetting process just to make sure that your insurance is compliant with what we would need it to be here, meaning that your student could get access to care here in New York. And what I mean by that is, like, let's say, for example, you live in California, you have an amazing healthcare plan in California. Unfortunately, maybe the only access to care exists in California. That would not be a comparable plan that we'd be able to provide for here. So you would be required to take our student health insurance plan. But as long as you have a health insurance plan that's compliant with the Affordable Care Act and allows students to have access to health care, you just waive coverage and you're good to go. Again, you get lots of emails about this stuff over the summer. Just want to give you some ideas of what's going to be coming for you. And along those same veins, a couple things I did want to just toss out for folks to be thinking about is some things to consider as you're transitioning to college. This is an amazing time. I imagine for many of you it can also be an incredibly stressful time. I mentioned earlier I was freaking out about whether I was going to get lost going from point A to point B. I was also worried that I was going to start missing my family, who I felt like I couldn't wait to get away from, and at the same time, I felt this really strong, like, oh my God, what am I doing? So all these things I think are normal, and what I'm asking is just, as you're engaging, whether you're a student coming to Cooper or whether you're a family member, start having some of those conversations. Like, now's the time. You've got a pretty long runway leading up to August when classes are going to be starting. Talk about what are your hopes, your fears, your dreams, your concerns. We've all got them. We've all got hopes. We've all got fears. We've all got concerns. We've all got dreams. Sometimes they're a little harder to talk about than others. Someone might feel really weird about telling their parent that they're scared about going away to school. So, just an important way to try to figure out over the next couple months how you can start having those conversations for no other purpose than to just make sure there's a clear set of communication channels available to you, that y'all know kind of what's going on in each other's heads so that you're really clear about, how you're going to communicate, and also thinking about how you're going to communicate once you come here. What's that going to look like for you? Thinking about New York City as your home and campus, developing plans for your health. Some students come in with pre-existing health needs. What is that going to look like for you? How are you going to navigate and manage those things here in New York if you're not from New York already, or even if you are, when you're in school? What might look different? We have our student care team that's available to work with folks over the summer, even answer questions if you have specific questions about what that might look like. But for you to be thinking yourself, what are your needs? You know you way better than we're ever going to know you, and how you can make sure that you have the right things in place. One thing that comes up with a few students every year is like managing medications. If you take medications regularly, making sure that you have a plan in place that you're going to be able to get those meds when you're here in New York may sound really simple, but just all those kind of nuts and bolts logistics about what it means to start college, just start thinking about those things now. It's important, and it's going to make it easier for you as you transition on. And we're here to help with that, and we'll provide some resources over the summer that are some really kind of guided pathways for as you're transitioning from high school to college, some of the questions to ask, how to engage in some of these topics if they seem a little challenging for you. We'll give some support around that. Speaking of support, thinking about and developing your support systems, making sure that you have folks to reach out to if you're having a rough day. What does that look like? Establishing those lines of communications. One thing we do ask is that folks complete an emergency planning form, in case we need to get in touch with family, friends, or something about that. You'll get all this as part of your onboarding paperwork. And again, contact student care at cooper.edu if you have any questions about any of these things that we can address. Cooper Union is a JED campus. JED is a foundation that was started to help promote student well-being and wellness, so we've participated in that. Part of that has developed our Well at Cooper program, which is a homegrown group of folks at Cooper who work towards supporting our students. And then the Healthy Minds Network is a study that we participate in that really gathers information about the mental health, well-being of our students, learn a lot about where they're at so that we can continue to develop and deploy programs that are here to support them. So I put this slide in here basically just so you know, we have some really great things in place, and we're constantly checking in with our community, both here at Cooper and larger community, to make sure that what we're doing is our best practices are aligned with what's happening out there in the world and what's happening with our students here on campus. Another area of student affairs is the Center for Career Development. Another quote I love is, "Be open to opportunities on your way, even though it may not be the ones you had originally had in mind," by Sylvia Scheithauer from the Max Planck Institute for Astronomy. And I say that here because a lot of times Cooper students come in, I am going to be usually not even so focused as just an artist, architect, or engineer, but sometimes we have students who come in their first year with such a high level of specificity of, I'm going to graduate on this day 4 years from now. This is the grad school I'm going to go to. This is the program I want to be in. This is what my PhD is going to be in. These are the people I'm going to study under. And that is great. Having dreams and goals and aspirations and planning for all that is fantastic. And I'm sure in many ways has gotten you into these seats here today and has you accepted the Cooper Union and coming here. My only point in this slide is just be open. You're very young. Believe me, when I was your age, I didn't know that that was necessarily true, but you're very young. You have your whole lives ahead of you, and your 4 or 5 years at Cooper are truly going to be transformative, and you may experience things differently. You may decide that what has been your life path for the past 10, 15, 20 years looks a little bit different, and my encouragement here is just be open to that. Be open to the fact that what you think right now you might want to do 5 years from now might look a little bit different. And we are here to help you support you through that, support you through those transitions. Your faculty will help with that. And from a career perspective, we have our Center for Career Development. We work with students to help them get jobs, internship, and explore interests. You know, we have students oftentimes who leave Cooper and go out into the work world or just the world and engage in things that have nothing that superficially look like they have anything to do with art, architecture, or engineering. And reality is the synthesis of those things and the education you get here really positions you to be successful in, quite frankly, whatever it is you want to do. And it may look a little bit different than what a traditional artist, architect, or engineer may engage with. And we have a lot of resources to help with that. Laura earlier mentioned work that our alumni do with current students to help them do different types of research, just answer questions. Part of being part of our community is being a full member of our community, which means amazing access to our alums, both recent and folks that have been out in the world for quite some time, to learn about their journeys. We bring a lot of those folks back to talk to students about what their experiences were, things they wish they had known when they were just starting off, so that you can kind of start framing those things and building your own map of where you want to go. We do employer and graduate school visits, bringing folks in and bringing students out to those places. Career fairs, portfolio reviews. I mentioned alumni mentoring programs, career-oriented workshops. We have a professional development fund that students can apply for if they want to, say, go to a professional conference, or they want to get exposure to something that either is a little tangential to our curriculum or there's not a specific class here that's addressing something for them. We get some money in their hands to help them pursue some interests from a professional nature that might look a little different than that supplements their education. Our professional internship program is an internship program that we've created for folks that are going into, usually it's art, but it can be other spaces, where maybe you want to work for an artist and that artist isn't offering a paid internship. We have a program in place that allows us to pay students to engage in that work so that you're getting paid, so that nobody's doing unpaid labor. A lot of information you'll get about that as we go on through your time at Cooper, but just want to mention that is something that we have available for students. Any questions around career development, just email career@cooper.edu. Whitney Oldenburg is our director. Dannery and Natalie are our assistant directors in that area. All will be more than happy to help you out in any way, shape, or form that they can. Housing and residential life. Many of you may have already taken a tour of our residence hall across the street. It looks just like that. As you can tell, this is an older picture from when we used to have a little McDonald's down on the first floor. That is no more. As an evolving neighborhood, things are constantly changing here. But our building has unchanged at this point, so that is where you'll be living if you decide to live with us. So it is at 29 3rd Avenue. I believe you've probably already received most of this information already, so I'm going to go pretty quick with this. We do prioritize incoming students. Geography and other factors are considered there, so after your first year, you generally would be living off campus, and we do work with students to help them find apartments and what that process is like to look for an apartment in the city. It is apartment-style housing. It's all shared spaces. We do have a limited number of single bedrooms. They are an extremely limited number of single bedrooms. So when you're applying for housing, just keep that in mind. Chances are the overwhelming majority of you that are living in the residence hall will have a roommate, and all of you will be living in a shared space. Even if you're in a single room, you're still in a shared apartment where you're living with other people. Again, I mentioned support for housing after the first year, helping folks connect with the process of what it looks like to go out and find an apartment in the city. We work with a number of different folks around that. And then in the residence hall itself, we have live-in professional and student staff to help support students. I know you met a lot of those folks earlier today. reslife@cooper.edu will get your email into the right hands. Athena is our Director of Residential Life and Community Development, and then Grace Kendall is our Associate Dean of Students, who oversees the housing, residential life, and campus life areas. Again, any questions about any of those areas, just reach out to those folks directly. They are here today, but also always available as you kind of continue to navigate through that process. And last but not least, I just want to talk a little bit about campus life and student activities. So I'll even start with, last night, I can kind of see out there with the lights. Show of hands, were any of you here last night for the Cooper Student Talent Show? I was. I know there were some other students that were here too. So last night was our talent show. And really, I'm always fascinated by what our students are capable of outside of the classroom. And just give you some examples of some of the things that took place last night. We had a student who wrote his own orchestral piece that was then played by him and some other students. A lot of singing, dancing, hip-hop performance, contemporary performance. There was a not a talent show, there was a fashion show that also was part of it. A lot of music, just a lot of really beautiful things. And it's interesting because when you're at Cooper, a lot of people think, oh, these kids are just really into art, architecture, and engineering. And the reality is there's so many other interests that our students pursue during their time here. So some of those I mentioned here, we have over 80 student clubs and organizations. We have professional societies, tons of events going on all the time. I mentioned the talent show. We do have an athletics and recreation program. Lots of community building, obviously. We do community dinners, community breakfasts, lots of opportunity to come together, just ways to pursue interests, exploring opportunities, and really kind of expand your skill set, take what you've learned in the classroom, a lot of leadership skills, and translate those to things that are really practicable. Jose Michel is our Director of Student Activities, Leadership, and Community Development, can answer any and all questions around campus life, student activities. Email address is here on this slide, and again on our website, really easy to get access to and in touch with everybody. Mentioned some of these already. These are some of our student activities and organizations, a lot of cultural, religious organizations, professional societies, our student government. We have a really reinvigorated and vibrant student newspaper called The Pioneer. Not on here, but we also have a radio group that's gotten our Cooper Union Radio off the ground, which has been great. Our Black Student Union, Cooper Climate Coalition, circus culture, cheese cult, things that I still sometimes wonder exactly what they are, but I know they're kind of cool and our students are really into them. We have a chamber music, we have ensemble, intercollegiate soccer. Really, the point I'm trying to make here is we have a lot, but also really open to anything. Each year, this list grows and changes depending upon the needs of our students. If you want to do something, we will help you make it a reality here to help start a new organization, start a new club, put resources towards things that interest you. If you don't see it, it can't happen, and that's kind of the point of being here. I'm just going to run through some slides real quick just to show some images of some of our activities that have been taking place here. I'm going to go through them fairly quickly because I know I'm butting up against time here. Just to give you a sense of what our students are doing, these are pretty much all out of the classroom. Just experiences, photo opportunities, things that folks have done both from a professional society perspective as well as just student clubs and organizations coming together to help support one another, whether it be common interests, identity-based interests, whatever it is. Our motorsports is huge here. A lot of students are really into that, so I always like to add that slide. A lot of folks around during our Welcome Week. You may recognize this person. This was President Sparks, who does have a bit of a competitive streak. This is when she won Jenga, which is, I think she won, right? Did you win, Laura? I think she won. They won together, yes. This was part of our Welcome Back picnic a couple of years ago. Cooper Tones, this is our a cappella singing group, singing outside in front of Cooper Union. Just some more photos here. This is our soccer team. lots of folks just having fun. Logan, one of our students, the one who wrote some of the music I was talking about last night, performing when we were opening up a free book library outside. People doing things that my body has never and will never be able to do. More of that. But lots of fun. We had some, looks like some of the dancing from last night, although some different folks. Some more singing. This is Kelvin, who you may have seen, one of our security guards here at Cooper. Truly everyone here is part of our community. Actually, I think I see Kelvin back there in the corner. Welcoming himself into our community. Every year we do some photos for students on the first day. The statue of Peter Cooper in front of our building here. And as I'm wrapping up this part, and we'll be moving into our student panel, which is great because you get to hear from the mouths of our students themselves. Just I mentioned decisions. You're at a pivotal point right now. You're deciding whether Cooper Union is the right place for you, and I'm really glad you're here. Excited, and I'm hopeful that many, if not all of you, will continue on and matriculate and be our students in the fall. But please use today as an opportunity to make sure you get all your questions answered, or to the extent that you can, all of your questions answered. You're going to have lots of opportunity to engage with faculty, staff, and students. And I can't stress enough how important it is to use that time to ask those questions. That's what folks are here for. And I want to give a special shout out to our students. Like, you'll be on tour guides with them. You'll see folks everywhere. If you have a question, ask them. I promise you, our students are not shy. They most certainly will tell you what they're thinking, and they will answer your question honestly. The same will be true of our faculty and staff, but as students, I often think that peer-to-peer communication is really important. So if you have questions, please ask them. It's important that you are able to get that out there and figure out and really, we would love for you to be here. Our admissions committees have already made the decision that we think you are the right fit for Cooper Union, which is amazing. And now the decision is really in your hands. I don't know if any of you watch Survivor. It's kind of like when Survivor switches from the first few episodes where you get voted out and then you become the jury and you're like a different role. So it's kind of similar. Now you're the ones making a decision about whether we're the right institution for you. And please do that. Do your due diligence. Ask the right questions. Make sure you're getting answers to what you want to do. Be remiss if I didn't end with a quote, or at least include a Peter Cooper quote, which I have endeavored to remember, that the object of life is to do good. And I think that's an important quote, and important that we always remember that. It's you can go anywhere, right? There's literally thousands of colleges or universities out there. So one of the things I hope you're asking yourself is, why Cooper? What was my education going to be different like coming to Cooper than it would be if I were to get a degree in art, architecture, or engineering from one of the other thousands of schools that offer it? And I put this quote here because I really do believe it's one of the things that drew me to come here 15 years ago myself. It's this idea that Peter Cooper wanted to provide education, access to education, for folks to learn and to go out and make the world a better place, to go out and to do good. And if you're aligned with that, if you see that and you're like, yes, that's what I want to do. I want to learn how to make this world better, how to navigate all these wild circumstances and things that are happening around us and between us and all of that, and figure out my own thoughts and views on that, and then to go out and make things better, then this is the right place for you. Then you have found your home, and I hope you, I hope you continue to experience that throughout your day today. And there'll be a lot of folks here to answer questions as you go through. My sincere thank you for your time. I appreciate you listening to me. You're stuck with me for about another 30 minutes as we're going to do a panel with our existing students, but I promise they will be doing the bulk of the talking there. But really, thank you all again. Welcome to Cooper. Really great to see you all here today. And I'm going to welcome our students out. Literally sit anywhere your heart's desire. And before we start, well, this is our student panel. So actually, we want to do a round of applause and a welcome to our students. We're just going to do a quick, you'll get to meet everyone. They'll say their names and some information about themselves to share. One thing I wanted to mention just to frame this for you, this is, as you might imagine, an incredibly busy time of year for everyone sitting up on this stage, entering into final critiques, final projects, final exams, all of that. So a sincere thank you from truly the bottom, top, and middle of my heart for taking time not just to prepare to be here today, but to actually be here and help share your thoughts, views, answer some questions, and just help frame some things for some of our incoming folks that are going to be here today. So just a sincere thank you for me, for all of you for doing this, because I know this is a lot going on right now. So just wanted to frame that for all of you too. Busy time, so this is a major time commitment. I really appreciate it. That being said, why don't we start over here on my left and we'll just go all the way around to folks. Just want to say, your name, anything else you want to share about yourself, maybe what you're studying here, and so maybe where you're from, because meaning are you from New York, not from New York, kind of where you grew up. I think sometimes it's folks in the audience, check out folks that might be geographically coming from places like you. If you have questions that you may want to ask them later, go ahead and start.
I don't know how close I have to get to the mic. Can everyone hear me? Okay. My name's Jenna. I'm a senior civil engineering student here at Cooper, and I am from New York. However, I am from the forgotten borough of Staten Island.
You're not alone. You're not alone. I hear some more out there. Thank you.
I'm Julia. I'm a second-year art student, and I'm from Ecuador.
Hi, I'm Layla. I'm a fifth-year architecture student, and I'm from Pennsylvania, but grew up in New Jersey.
Hi, I'm Sophia. I'm a fourth-year architecture student, and I'm from Toronto, Canada.
Hey y'all, my name is Inua Robinson. I'm a fourth-year student in the School of Art, and I grew up half and half between the Bay Area and Vancouver Island, British Columbia.
Hi everyone, I'm Anika. I'm a third-year mechanical engineering student, and I'm from Queens, New York.
Hi, my name is Serene. I'm a senior EE, and I'm also from Staten Island.
Hi, I'm Era. I'm a junior general engineering student here at Cooper, and I've been living in New York for 7 years when I moved from Albania.
Welcome, guys, and congratulations. My name is Ryan, and I'm a third-year chemical engineering student. I'm born and raised from Queens, so shout out Queens. See you.
Awesome, thank y'all. So my first question for y'all maybe is, what drew you to Cooper Union? And we'll just kind of go popcorn style. I mean, I can call on you if you want me to, but otherwise, if Layla, you made eye contact with me, so maybe we'll start with you just to start it off. And then just kind of if folks want to just jump in, we'll have a few, maybe three or so people answer, and then we can jump to another question so we have time to hear from everybody and answer a number of different questions. But do you mind?
No.
Okay.
So what drew me to Cooper? Well, my family's primarily in the medical field, so I went like a completely different route going into architecture. And honestly, I was looking up architecture schools, and I found Cooper Union on a list of good architecture schools in America. And I started looking into it, and I went to a couple of the tours, and I participated in like the summer program. And through that, I was able to meet the Cooper community, and that helped me make my decision ultimately before like I had even applied that I wanted to go to Cooper. So.
Thank you.
I applied to Cooper because when I was planning on studying art, I didn't want to just choose one type of art that I wanted to do, and my work is usually all over the place. And Cooper doesn't let you specialize in one art, and you have to do a bunch of disciplines, which was what I wanted. And I was also looking for a college that would not only let me do art classes, but combine them with engineering or architecture classes. So Cooper was the right place for me.
On a similar note, the interdisciplinary nature of the art program was, I think, one of the main selling factors for me. For the majority of the time that I was preparing for art school, you could say, just working in high school and before that, I never stuck to one medium. and didn't like the idea of sticking to one medium, so finding an interdisciplinary program was really important. Also, the size of the school was a major selling point. I think I wanted to find a place where I could have a more tight-knit community that felt a little bit more like home, especially if I was going so far away.
I agree with that, the previous point. I think I came from a really large high school, and the size of Cooper and how personal it all was really was a huge selling point for me, because I wanted more of a personal connection with my professors and with other students.
A little bit more on the engineering side of things. Because I'm civil, I was always drawn to the sort of skyscrapers and different bridges. So because this school is in the heart of the East Village, like, you can go outside and there's construction happening even right next to the dorm hall. So seeing the things that you're learning in class actually happening right outside is just another, I guess, perk of it being in such like the cityscape, because you can see exactly what you're learning in class being applied real time. So that's a little bit more of like what drew me to a city campus rather than like just in the middle of nowhere where the only thing you have is your dorm and then a bus that takes you from your dorm to your classes.
Yeah, I think I chose Cooper. I didn't really know about Cooper when I was applying to colleges, and then one of my teachers in high school recommended me to a STEM program at Cooper, and I sort of did it off the fly. And I realized how awesome the STEM program was, and the instructors were just students who were also pursuing degrees here. And so I found it really cool that the students can teach high school students, and that was awesome. And so I did that program, and I got really close to my teaching assistants and instructors, and that was a really powerful experience, because now at Cooper for the past 2 years I've been teaching that program to high school students in New York City. And so that transition from being a student to an instructor has been like a super powerful experience for me, and that really drew me to Cooper for sure.
And we're talking about the engineering high school program there. We have comparable or similar programs that exist in the art and architecture space too. So there's opportunities in all three disciplines to sort of transition from being a student to teaching and working with other folks too. And we hear from students all the time how impactful that is. So glad that's surfacing here too. So I'm trying to pick what might be the next best question to jump to that will kind of allay some of the concerns that might be out there for folks, or what you all might want to hear about from our current students. Maybe we'll just, in the same vein, but slightly different. What's your favorite thing about Cooper? So not necessarily what just drew you here, kind of the initial, but now that y'all have been here, you've all been here for at least a full year, some of you for 5 years. Layla looking at me, she's our 5th-year architect. So what is your favorite thing or things about Cooper, if I were to pose that question to you all? Maybe start with someone on this side, and then we can just jump around.
I'll start. Someone made a point about the size of the school, and I really agree with that. I've only been here for only 3 years so far, 1 more year to go, hopefully. Okay. But pretty much the size made it possible for me to connect with my professors and be comfortable with asking for help, which in the engineering field might be a little bit intimidating. But at Cooper, you're not scared to ask for help. You develop that confidence. So that really was a selling point, like I've realized throughout the years. And also, I'd say student-run programs, or like student chapters, the possibilities of just maybe attending a conference of, like for me, like pharmaceutical engineering field, just those opportunities are great. But yeah.
Awesome.
I think a similar note is the people, honestly. I'm an EE, and I'm sure you've been on your tour, the tour, and you've noticed that the 6th floor is dedicated to EE labs. A lot of those labs are used as lab spaces, but also social spaces. Ice Lab in particular is where a lot of people can go and hang out. If they need help with a homework assignment, there's always someone around. People are always willing to sit down, talk through an assignment with you, talk through your problem with you, and help you figure it out. I think a lot of the learning in Cooper, especially for the EEs, happened in those spaces, in Ice Lab, in Senior Lab, in Junior Lab, in Micro Lab. These are all spaces that are devoted to students, and more so than just social spaces, they're really areas where you grow, and the people being so helpful, and everyone's always so willing to give you 5, 10, even an hour of their time to help you with something. And I think that's, to me, what stands out the most about Cooper.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would 100% agree with that. And because the architecture school is so small and we all share one studio space, you really get to know all of your classmates. And it's like really common that a first-year student will come up to you and just ask you a question, and then that's how you get to know all of your peers. And because we're spending so many hours in the architecture studio, you really, really get to know everyone. And the studio space becomes not only like a workspace, but kind of just a space to hang out with people and just chill, I guess.
With some, sorry. Bad form, I'm not supposed to start clapping and talking at the same time. With someone maybe in art, we talked a little bit about kind of like the culture in some of the labs and studios in engineering and the architecture studio. Again, if you haven't seen it yet, is just a large community space where all the magic happens up there. Maybe someone in art wants to talk a little bit about what the art kind of culture looks like, especially when you go into second, third, fourth years when you have your own studio spaces.
Yeah, I mean, on a very similar note, even though the structure is a little bit different, I feel like I totally agree with what both the engineering and architects are saying. There's a huge studio culture amongst the Cooper students. The sizes of the schools vary a little bit. We have a little bit more students than maybe the architecture school, but people are really close and very passionately collaborative. I also feel like, on a similar note, a lot of things can just be happen because of the size of the school and because of how close people are together. I feel like, especially now that I'm nearing the end of my time here at Cooper and feel like I have a good lay of the land and of the people, whether it be faculty or just my peers, I feel like I could dream up any project and figure out a way to make it happen just because of how willing people are to help each other, how willing the faculty is to make students' dreams happen, whether that be a certain type of exhibition or, I don't know, I think about the reemergence of the radio club and all of the events that have happened with that. Yeah, there's just a lot of opportunity.
Thank you. Ryan, you look like you were poised to say something, so I want to make sure I make room for it.
Yeah, so what I wanted to say was along the lines of what everyone else has already said so far. And I feel like Cooper, because of its size, creates this opportunity for students take initiative for their own education. And I feel like this type of initiative isn't really something that you can I guess hear about it, but until you actually experience it, you won't really understand it. I'm sitting right here on this chair right now. I feel like if I was at a bigger university, I wouldn't have taken the initiative to be in this position. But Cooper kind of forged myself into being in that sort of position. I came from a really large high school, and honestly, I'm a little bit more of an introverted person than I'm an extroverted person, even if others may disagree. But yeah, I feel like Cooper really facilitated my growth, and I hope it can facilitate everyone else's growth here too.
Maybe keeping to that sort of theme, we mentioned people here have talked a little bit about learning that happens outside of the classroom and different experiences that you have that sort of supplement your education. Would folks be willing to share maybe a little bit about either a club, an organization, an activity, something that you've been involved with that's sort of outside of your traditional coursework that you found as a personal enrichment growth thing that's kind of helped you along the way?
Yeah, I would like to answer that question. Last semester, me and a bunch of friends, we organized a group show. So you can basically, in Cooper, you can ask if you have an exhibition, either a solo or group, you can get a space and you have opening night and it's like a whole event. And so we did that, which was amazing because outside of class, besides the pieces that I was already doing for class, I was doing pieces for the group show. And then preparing for the group show and having that show as like my first exhibition in Cooper was actually amazing. And it taught me a lot about, you know, a little more about like what it feels to be in the art world and putting on an exhibition and working with people in the art world is like, it's different and something that you don't really learn in class. So yeah, that was definitely amazing.
Anyone else want to?
Yeah, I was gonna talk about this interesting material that I got involved with here at Cooper, and Era and I had TA'd for a program for Summer STEM, and we taught high school students how to grow stuff with the root structure of mushrooms, and then that opened up my interest in mushrooms and sort of like what can you do with this new material. And so I went and I taught that again for another summer for high school students, and then have been in contact with people for using it in their studios and like their DJ rooms and things like that. And it's like it's opened this like weird material up for me that I've never had an interest for, like bioengineering or like new material. But if I never went into that summer STEM class, like teaching this material that I had no idea about, I don't think that would have opened up for me, and that's opened a lot of interests for me in terms of acoustics and sound, and I'm professionally pursuing that now, and it's been a really interesting route from thinking about how that stemmed from mushrooms. But yeah, that's something that I really cherish, something that came out of my Cooper experience so far.
Oh, sorry. I was just going to add into what Anika said. We TA'd for the same class, and the same for me. That's why I got also very interested in bioengineering and in physics especially. And that's when I joined Mudbug, one of the groups, and also VIP projects, where Cooper offers vertically integrated projects. I think that's what it stands for. Where the engineering and architecture and art students all come together to work on a semester or year-long project, however long you want it. And I think that was a really great experience for me because it connected not only the engineering students in different majors at different years, but also the three schools together combined and see what their skills have to offer pretty much. Not only that, but being a teaching assistant really made me realize of how quick college goes by. And then I was a program assistant and then a scholars mentor. It was just a great experience, and also me being a freshman, I was very shy. I never thought I would get involved with a lot of student chapters, but I was on one of the founders and the president of the International Society of Pharmaceutical Engineers, which is a professional engineering society. So I never thought I would ever be able to even start something like that and take a leadership role, but Cooper encouraged me to take that role as well, so yeah.
So for myself and also Sophia, we're both on student council, and I've been on student council for the architecture school for 5 years, so a very long time. And genuinely, we have been able to make the school a better place for students. We have been able to voice our concerns to every level of hierarchy there is in this school, and I think it's very nice and that the school is open and we're able to communicate. As well as I taught the Saturday program for 3 years, and it was similar to the STEM program that we brought in high school students from New York City, and we were able to teach them architecture, and that really just helped me open up quite a bit and kind of just like open my mind personally. Just like trying to teach people is much more difficult than everyone thinks, especially when it's like 30 to 40 students from different ages in one room. So that like helped me grow as like an individual. So.
I think on a similar note with a lot of the engineering students, we all have our individual societies. So for the civil engineering, it's the American Society of Civil Engineering. I was the freshman representative, then I was the secretary, and then I eventually became president. And through those different positions, you're able to see, you bring in guest speakers, and you get to see very niche departments of engineering, like like forensics engineering, or if a building falls down. We've seen this in the current news, especially with the condo collapse in Miami. We talked a lot about, or even things such as risk analysis and insurance, which are just very different things than what you're learning in your structural classes. And through the ASCE, I was able to join the Steel Bridge student competition, which is, again, very taxing but very rewarding, because you get to stand back and see at least a 20-foot structure that you've designed basically with your friends. And for the engineers that toured the labs, you got to see a little bit of that today. But amongst all of these academic clubs, I kind of want to stress the importance of finding something that's not so academic. Last night I was on this stage during the talent show in both of the dance numbers, so both hip hop and contemporary, and it's just, we practice 2 hours a week, and it's just 2 hours where you could turn your brain off, and it's comprised of people from engineering, art, and architecture, so you're getting to talk to people who you wouldn't necessarily always be talking to in these professional societies. Even before while I was part of the Cooper Nova dance team, I also did the Poco a Poco chamber music, so that was something that I got to continue from high school and continue playing my instrument. So those small little things that you can do that aren't like, how am I gonna design this structure? What, am I gonna get 100 on my homework assignment? Like, you can just calm down a little bit and find peace in the chaos.
Love that. Peace in the chaos. We need that. So I'm thinking maybe we transition to some questions around like New York City, right? We often say at Cooper, like, New York City is our campus and is your home. From the student's perspective, and this, if you're from New York, cool, and if you're not from New York, even better. Maybe a little bit about, what it was like to move to the city, to this particular neighborhood, and then what it's been like to sort of live and navigate here at Cooper Union. And just a quick show of hands, just again, so folks know, how many of you have lived in our residence hall? So about half. So a good number of folks here that have, and a good number of folks here that haven't. So again, just to help contextualize too, not every student does. Many do, but not all do. So good, breadth of diversity around some of those experiences too. So with that being said, maybe if some folks want to talk a little bit about like what it's been like to transition to living, again, if you're already from New York City, what it's been like to transition to the East Village, to this neighborhood, and like maybe that idea of how New York City has been your campus during your time here. Anyone can jump in if they...
Yeah, so I moved here at 17 from Ecuador. So I was coming for the first time to live alone in a different country. And I think it was hard. At first, it's always hard to get used to a new place, especially when it's that different. Like Quito to New York City was obviously a drastic change. But it took a while, and it's about being patient. But the neighborhood is beautiful, and there's such a diverse community of people in Cooper, not only in Cooper, but in the city. So I found my people, and that made me feel a little more like home. But yeah, also like the fact that Cooper's so small also helped me get used to New York, because a lot of my friends were from New York, and some weren't. And so we were going through the same experiences, or they were showing us around. Yeah, but my experience was, it took a while, so I had to be patient, but it worked out fine.
I would say, so I grew up in Jamaica, Queens for the most part, and Manhattan was always like the visitation spot. Like it was like you go, take the train for an hour and a half, go to like a cafe, and then come back to Jamaica, Queens, and that's it. And so getting the chance to move and live in Manhattan was like really strange. It it was like I was not living real life. And it was really expensive. It's super expensive when I got here for the first time. Everyone's like, the first rush of like living in the city means let's go to the restaurants and spend all this money, and it caught up to me, and I was like, wait guys, I don't have money. And so I had to learn how to cook, and so I think living in the dorms, I had to start figuring out what it means to go to the grocery store and buy not snacks but real food. And yeah, my groceries went from like just gummy bears and chips to like, okay, wait, let me get some carbs and pasta. So it was like it was a really big transition period because I'd never lived outside of just my mom and dad, and so there was a really big learning curve of what it means to live somewhere that everyone is super inclined to go out because every cuisine that you might think of is in hand's reach, is awesome but expensive. And so I had to learn how to cook. I don't know if I still know how to cook, but it was that and a lot more. So yeah, I would say that was the biggest thing I took away from moving to the city.
I want to say that I had a pretty soft landing being in the dorms for kind of a weird reason. I was in the dorms in 2020. In August of 2020 was when I came. And the city was really, really quiet for a lot of reasons. But I think it definitely eliminated a lot of distractions and really gave me like a physical intense like understanding of the neighborhood. I can't say that Vancouver Island is all that similar to New York, so that was definitely an adjustment, but the Bay Area, I don't know, I've always had a sneaking suspicion that the way that the towns and the boroughs operate are very similar. But yeah, I think at least my experience was like this gradual shift into normal New York life. Of course, that's not necessarily going to be replicated for you guys, but yeah, I would say just learn your cardinal directions and you'll be okay.
Thank you. Anyone else want to chime in on that one? And if not, that's totally okay too.
I wanted to add that there's nothing wrong with having to live with mom and dad. And for those of us that are really bad with directions, you could tell your right hand apart from your left hand by like holding it up. And the one that's in the shape of the L in your direction, that's the L, so that's left. So yeah.
Did you learn that in one of your chemical engineering classes, Ryan?
Maybe.
All right, so we're nearing the end of our time for this panel. So I'm thinking maybe, and I'll put everyone on the spot for this one if folks don't mind. Obviously, you always have a pass if you don't want to answer it. But maybe just one closing thought that you'd like to share with folks in the audience today, particularly someone who might be, whether they're considering joining our community in the fall, sort of either, nugget of information, something you'd want to share with someone making that decision, sort of anything that's front of mind for you around that. And since Ryan, you just spoke, maybe we'll start over there with Jen and then work our way over.
So I think something that people forget a lot when you're in the heat of the semester is that your GPA doesn't go on your diploma. So if you're really struggling and you're still trying to get help and you're going to tutoring and you're asking your friends for help, but that grade at the top of the paper isn't still what you want to see. It's that perseverance where you just have to keep going, because when you get employed, they're not going to ask you what you got on your Physics 1 midterm 3 years ago. And I know it can be very jarring to get back a piece of paper with a red number underlined on the top of it, but if you have to take every day as a different day, and even by the time you're done with your final for that same class, you might even feel like a different person.
I just want to say that New York is overwhelming, and we all know it's overwhelming, especially if you're moving from such a different place like me. And Cooper is overwhelming. The amount of work you have will be a lot, but it's about having patience with yourself, with your art. Your art will change. It's going to be informed by people around you and by your new experiences. Just about understanding that you're going through stuff and be patient with yourself. Yeah.
I would say that specifically for architecture, 5 years is a very long time. Starting week 1, you're gonna take off and you're gonna think that you need sleepless nights. You're gonna think that you don't need to eat because your project is more important. And let me tell you, it catches up with you. You need to sleep, and this is like for every program. You need to sleep and you need to eat properly, because if you don't, then you won't make it to that crit or pin up the next day because you'll be so tired. And I implore and I beg you guys to like actually figure this out. It's a lot easier said than done, but if you don't do it in the beginning, 2 years down the line, it's gonna hit you really hard. So, good luck.
I'll take a little lighter note. I think, like, honestly, one of the best things that have come from Cooper are my friends and the people in studio. So I would really encourage you to take your time to build those relationships, because honestly, especially in architecture, those are going to be your contemporaries, the people working in the field with you when you graduate. So it's really about building these strong relationships, both personally and professionally.
On a similar note, I feel like my advice would be to be open and be kind. I feel like this community and this neighborhood, all of the alumni, the faculty have so much to give, and you have so much to give by being here, if you do choose to be here. That just, I don't know, being down. Like when I think back to every opportunity that I've gotten in these last 4 years, jobs, residencies off campus, shows on campus, it's all blossomed from like sitting down for a coffee or having a pastry with someone or wandering into a random store and striking up a conversation. And I think just being open, you know? And yeah, I think that's it.
Thank you.
I think I would definitely say to be open to change. I think when I think about myself in your position years back, I don't think I ever expected myself. I thought I was going to go into Cooper Union and build robots, and that was it. I was like, yeah, I was in robotics club. I'm going to do it the entirety of college. No. I DJ now. I work with mushrooms. I do acoustics. It's like I can't fathom telling myself that in your position, and I think I would give myself the craziest look. I just would say be open to change, because Cooper has opened me up to so many realms of interests. I don't think I ever would have picked up the radio. I'm in the Cooper radio, and it's been the best community I've ever been exposed to. And so I really found my people here and my interests and who I am, and still exploring that every day. And so I definitely say be open to change and be gentle on yourself.
So I'm the co-president of IEEE, which is the Professional Society for Electrical Engineers. So I wanted to give a special shout out. If you didn't know, Cooper has a really rich history with IEEE at large. Dean Shoup was, I don't know when, but at one point he was the president of like IEEE worldwide, which is crazy. And Dean Shea is also heavily involved with IEEE. IEEE is one of the it's the Professional Society for Electrical Engineers, but it's more than that. We have events for EEs. It's open to all the other engineering majors, plus the artists and architects. And when I was in high school 4 years ago, I was convinced I was going to be a doctor, and I feel like my life has changed. So it's basically done a 180 from that, and I do not want to be a doctor. I think I've grown so much at Cooper, personally and professionally, not even just because of IEEE, but because of the people and all the things that you learn And I'm really grateful for the experiences that I've had throughout my time here, and I'm really excited to move on into the professional world.
I remember coming into Cooper and hearing Women in STEM every day my freshman year. And I was very shy at first because of the workload and just being able to complete all those classes in one semester. So it was overwhelming at first, but I was told, and to basically what Anika said, be gentle with yourself. And it's a process, and it's okay if you don't know it in the moment, and it's okay that you don't have a plan, but it all comes gradually. And even as Anika, I thought like I would go to med school. That is not the case for me. I end up working with bioengineering and pharmaceuticals, and I never thought in like a million years a freshman era would think of that. But just as Anika said, be gentle with yourselves, and it's gonna be okay.
Yeah, so I have a few words to share, obviously, but be kind to everyone you meet, and also try to connect with as many people as you can. Connections go a long way, and most importantly, make sure to join the Chemist Club of New York. I'm the treasurer for that club, and it's honestly pretty important because it's a club that doesn't just keep you connected at Cooper, but it connects you with other schools in the city as well, and you get to meet graduate students, other undergrads that are interested in the same things as you, if you're interested in like the chemical engineering field. But yeah.
Thank you, Ryan. If we can maybe give one more round of applause for the amazing 9 up here who spent some time with us. Thank you. So we are now going to transition over to hearing from our academic leadership. And it is my distinct honor and privilege to be able to introduce Demetrius Udell, who is our Vice President for Academic Affairs, who will lead a panel discussion with our academic deans, who will be joining us up on stage now. So thank you all for your time. Again, we'll all be around today, so thanks for being here.
Okay, if we may get started. Thank you very much. As Dean Chamberlain said, my name is Demetrius Udell. I am the Vice President of Academic Affairs, so I oversee all the academic programs. I'm actually trained as a U.S. historian, 19th century U.S. historian. So we'll have a brief discussion from the deans of the schools and the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences. But we'll begin with some brief introductions. Perhaps we can start here.
Thank you, Demetrius. Good afternoon. I'm Hayley Eber. I love the Cooper Union. I'm an alum of the school. I've been on the faculty for about 15 years, and I'm currently the acting dean of the Owen S. Channon School of Architecture. So basically, I've been a passenger, a driver, and now I'm a mechanic. Firstly, congratulations on your admission to Cooper. It's a huge accomplishment. I saw your home tests. They were incredible. They showcased remarkable creativity, facility across all media, and innate conceptual and design skills. However, the real challenges lie ahead, and the fun is yet to happen. This is a critical moment to embark on a career in architecture. We are in a period of intense global and environmental transformation, but also one of enormous potential. For a school of architecture, the question of how to meet the present to prepare for the future is paramount. Our challenge is to form and refine a disciplinary vision that grapples with the state of the world and critical issues like environmental degradation, social justice, and affordable housing, while at the same time foster creative, optimistic, and innovative design practices across all scales for all inhabitants of the natural and the built environment. It is as much as a career path as it is a call to action. This afternoon, you'll meet with some faculty upstairs in the School of Architecture who will introduce you to various facets of the curriculum, such as first-year design studio architectonics, descriptive geometry, freehand drawing, building technology, thesis, and one of our interdisciplinary seminars in artificial intelligence. After which I hope you'll realize that Cooper is a special place, a place where creative freedom is encouraged and ideas can flourish in an environment with genuine support and inspiration. So welcome.
Wow. Good afternoon. I'm Barry Shoup. I am the Dean of the Albert Nurkin School of Engineering. Let me add my congratulations to the engineers in our audience, or the soon-to-be engineers in our audience. You have been admitted to one of the premier undergraduate engineering institutions in the nation, so congratulations. I've been at Cooper Union for about 5.5 years. I'm not a product of Cooper Union. I have my undergraduate from Penn State and my PhD from Stanford. Before coming to Cooper, I served almost 39 years in the United States Army. Last 25 of that was at West Point. So, thank you. And I'll leave you with one bit of information. I think I'm the only retired general here at Cooper Union. So welcome.
I think I want to make a correction. Isn't that Brigadier General?
You can just call me sir.
Noted. Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Adriana Farmiga, and I am the acting dean in the School of Art here at Cooper Union. As a first-generation Ukrainian American with close ties to the East Village, and as also an alumna of the School of Art who has been teaching here since 2011, my own journey has been deeply intertwined with that of Cooper Union. I'm thrilled to welcome you today as prospective members of our community. And I think we'll talk about this more upstairs, but those of you that submitted home tests and who were accepted, you should know that you've had about 20 hours spent on each of your home tests by our faculty, so we get to know you very well before you even know who we are. The School of Art excels in educating artists in the broadest sense, both as creative practitioners engaged with a wide range of disciplines in the visual arts, and as enlightened citizens of the world who are prepared to question and transform society. Our emphasis on holding space for rigor and discipline spans the entire spectrum, from traditional analog techniques like lithography and working with paper you will come to hate called ColorAid, to digital technologies like 3D printing. Embracing what we refer to as a generalist approach, we encourage fluidity and movement as you build a practice across diverse media. As you embark on your artistic journey, it's inspiring to reflect on the alumni that also guide our work and teaching. From the groundbreaking legacy of Augusta Savage and Ava Hess, to the influential works of Thomas Noskowski, Wangechi Mutu, and Firale Baez, our alumni have left an indelible mark on the discourse of contemporary art. I'm excited to invite you to become part of that legacy, and I hope that with an education from the Cooper Union School of Art, you too can become not only an artist who is dedicated to their discipline, but who will contribute to your communities in very meaningful ways.
Welcome, everyone, and congratulations. My name is Nada Ayed, and I am the Associate Dean of the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences here at Cooper. I started in 2016 as a postdoc, and in 2019 as Assistant Dean, and in 2020 as Associate Dean. It's in the Humanities and Social Sciences classrooms where students learn how to interrogate their positions in society and ideas of time and space, to question how knowledge is produced, categorized, and reproduced, and to what effect. You learn how to try to make sense of the ambiguities, the contradictions, and the multiplicities of the historical moments in which we live and the contexts from which we come from. Our aim in our classes is to offer a range of courses that span all the disciplines of the humanities and social sciences. So for example, this semester our course offerings range from a history course on the refugee, another history course on the Korean War, a course on machine learning and the archives in the city, and then next semester in the fall, among the many classes that we're offering a course on the personal essay, Abolitionist Futures and Anthropology, among others. Welcome again, and congratulations.
Thank you all. Perhaps we could begin with a question similar to the students. And we have two alumni, I guess if my Latin's correct, and two who are not graduates of Cooper. But could you say then what drew you to Cooper Union? Perhaps we'll start on this end.
Doing good. Sure, I'll start. What drew me to Cooper Union is its sense of scale. And I'm going to sound like a sculptor when I answer this question, but it is equal parts intimate as it is monumental. And I think because of that duality, because of that way of inhabiting both kinds of scales, you really get a sense of how present Cooper Union will be for you as you scale through your own work in developing your own practice. And I haven't been able to find an institution, which I have taught in several other institutions, that runs even close to what Cooper can offer. It is in that way, it's quite singular.
The main thing I was attracted to was Cooper's mission and how that mission was infused on all levels, not only inside the classroom, but outside the classroom, but also in the infrastructure of how decisions are made. I was really struck also way before I got here by how my now colleagues were speaking about the magic of Cooper's students, their singularities, their idiosyncrasies, their maturity, their intellect, their power, and their strong commitment to making the world a better place. I teach the first year HSS 1 seminar, and as I was preparing for it, I was really eager to stretch my scholarship and teaching to bend and mold around providing a humanistic education to students of art, architecture, and engineering. And when I got here, I quickly came to appreciate how Cooper culture, Cooper's students, Cooper's history forces me to constantly interrogate my approaches to the humanities, to literature, and to being a citizen in this broken world. All of this makes me a better thinker, a better teacher, and a better member of community.
So, as I said earlier, I've been in higher engineering education for 25 years at West Point. So when I got notified that there was a Dean of Engineering position here, I knew of Cooper. I knew Cooper Engineering. So if you're in the engineering business or if you're in the engineering education business, everybody knows Cooper, because there's only a very small handful, 3 or 4 schools throughout the nation that are truly elite engineering undergraduate schools, and Cooper's at the top of the list. So that was the first thing that intrigued me coming out of a position at West Point as a department head. But then as I did some additional research on Peter Cooper and on Cooper Union, what actually drew me was the mission and what Peter Cooper built Cooper Union for. And it was about education for everybody. And the other aspect of this that I find really compelling is, and you saw a little bit of this in the earlier presentations, we don't just educate engineers to go out and make a lot of money. You probably will. But the people that come here as faculty and students are different because they want to make a difference in society and humanity. And so that's the aspect that really drew me to Cooper.
So I came to Cooper as a transfer student into 4th year. I had just completed 3 years at the University of Cape Town, and I came to New York City to work for an architect to do an internship at the office of Peter Eisenman. He was a famous architect, well, he still is, and he was a professor at Cooper Union at the time. I had never heard of Cooper, but in the office every Friday around the lunch table, Peter would do a seminar in preparation for his class at Cooper, and we used to have discussions and debates, and people came from the outside, and I was super into it. And then at the end of the internship, I didn't want to go back, and I said to Peter, I would love to transfer to Cooper Union, and he said, that's great, kid, you'll never get in. And I did, and I'm here, and the rest is history.
Great, thank you all. I was wondering if you each could say what you find to be, you've touched on this in some ways, but we can go into a bit more detail. What's distinctive about your program, about your school or academic unit?
I can start. All right. So HSS is the only faculty where students from all schools share the same intellectual space, both in the core curriculum as well as in the electives. It is also the only space where their students are encouraged to understand what they're doing in their schools in broader contexts of history and society. We also have really robust minors in different fields of the humanities and social sciences, and they change depending on the school. And we have a very robust also kind of co-curricular lecture series, intersectional justice lecture series, and this is also founded by student groups, the Black Student Union from 2020 and also the Cooper Climate Coalition.
I'll go ahead and go next. So I guess what's unique about Cooper Engineering is really, it's kind of a confluence of a number of different things. First, you heard President Sparks say that we have world-class faculty. We really do have world-class faculty. The full-time faculty here at Cooper Union is relatively small, but they have their pedigrees, they have their PhDs from places like MIT, Stanford, Columbia, Cornell, Brown, Yale. So some of the best educational institutions in the nation. So the faculty are one element of that. You all, if you come, are a second part of that, the students, the student body. You've heard how great you are, and we're not exaggerating. You are truly the best of the best. If you can get into Cooper from an engineering perspective, I won't speak for art and architecture, you could get into MIT, you could get into Caltech, okay? So the student body raises the bar. You learn not just from your faculty, but you learn from your peers. You heard the student panel discussion talk about going into a lab and learning from seniors or juniors or others. And so that confluence, bringing things together, is the second element of that. The third element is we're small, and you know that. In the engineering school, we admit we bring in about 130 or 135 students in any given year. So we're very small. The class sizes are small, 30 generally at a max. If you take upper division electives, you could be in a class with 12 or 15 students in that class. So if you want to sit in an auditorium of 400 students and be anonymous, Cooper is not for you, because the faculty will know you by name, and you will get to know your peers. And I guess the last part of why Cooper is different is we are very project-based. We have a lot of labs, we have a lot of hands-on, and so our students actually learn to build things. You heard about the extracurricular activities, but when you get into your major, once you get out of the math and the chemistry and the physics kind of courses, there aren't a lot of theory courses. There are a lot of courses with labs, a lot of courses with projects, and I think bringing all of those things together, that's what makes us unique.
I can certainly build on that. I'm going to go back to scale for a moment and just talk about the incredible opportunity that you will have as art students in the East Village to experience unparalleled access to the world's best museums, galleries, nonprofit art spaces, and public art all over the city. So that's number one. I would say number two is the interdisciplinary ethos of our curriculum. And I relate to it sort of as, in a similar way that I do in being a first-generation American, where I've learned to toggle between speaking a few different languages, and that, to me, in relationship to what it's like to be a student at Cooper Union, has been interesting to note, where you can specialize in something, certainly, but we don't have you declare majors, because we do believe that there is more opportunity and power in being able to grow your disciplinary, you're more multilingual in an interdisciplinary kind of way, so that you'll have a class with, you'll have a sculpture class where you have students who are leaning more towards being painters or photographers or maybe performance artists, and to be able to have input from a variety of disciplines truly informs your practice in ways that wouldn't otherwise happen if you were singularly majoring in only one discipline. So I would say that to me is the biggest draw to Cooper Union.
I could really build on anything that anyone said here with regards to our excellent faculty, our exemplary students, our interdisciplinary ethos, but maybe something particular to the School of Architecture, which is, I'd like to dispel a myth. Architects don't make buildings. We build drawings, we build models, we build animations, we build a range of representations that facilitate the construction of buildings. And I think that's what the School of Architecture really is known for. It's known for our making, it's known for our craft, both digital and analog, and for exploring spatial and material means. I would also say that our curriculum is not static. It's a kind of living organism that we always assess and we recalibrate, and we constantly retool in response to changes in both the environment, the world, the profession. So it's super dynamic, and I'm excited to share a little bit more with you this afternoon.
Thank you. Perhaps we'll move away from strictly academic, or it could be an academic question. What's your favorite thing about Cooper?
Should I start? I'm going to echo a lot of what the students said, and my favorite thing about Cooper is its size. So in the classroom in HSS, our classrooms are capped at 18. So it's such a privilege for me to get to know students really well, often having individual conversations with them several times throughout the semester, not only about the content of the class, but also about their work and how it relates to their own practices and their own developments. The size also makes it so easy for me to follow students' multiple trajectories, intellectual, personal, professional. I love running into students on the stairs or in the elevators or in their studios semesters after they've taken my classes, and catching up with them and having a quick chat about what they're doing. It's really energizing and such a pleasure to witness how much students change and transform in the very few years they're here with us.
I can go next. I think my favorite thing about Cooper is its sense of community. There, at any given point, you will know the names of all of your faculty members, the staff, the buildings and grounds folks, people that work in facilities, the people that are in administration, and to be able to navigate with such familiarity in a college setting, I think is something that's truly wonderful.
My favorite thing about Cooper is what they say in the world of real estate is location, location, location. I think being situated in the East Village, in the heart of New York City, the city is an extension of the classroom, and we contribute and absorb that energy around us. It also gives us an opportunity to engage with institutions and organizations. We've worked with Help USA, who runs the shelters in New York City as part of our affordable housing projects. We collaborate with MoMA, with Met, with the Storefront for Art and Architecture on projects. So just being in the city, being in New York is an incredible resource. And as some of the students mentioned earlier, the restaurants are amazing, never a shortage of food right at your doorstep. So it's really great.
So I kind of like being the dean, but my favorite part is teaching, and teaching students. So the students, for me, the biggest thing that I like here is the students, because of the quality of the students. When you're in a classroom with students the caliber of what you all are, it really pushes the faculty. And as I said before, it raises the bar. You all ask questions that we wouldn't get at other institutions, and takes the class in different directions. So for me, it's all about the students. I hope I'm still the dean after this.
So I see we're coming close to the end of our time, and perhaps just as a few parting words. I was really impressed by the student responses. And so if you want to give one piece of advice, this is often a very difficult decision that you and your parents and friends and peers are making about where you're going to spend the next 4, perhaps 5 years. So any last parting words you would help in making this decision?
Everyone's looking at me. I'm not sure this is parting words, but I'd say really it's about the scale and the community. The School of Architecture, we're only 150 students. I know everybody by name. Most students have my cell phone number. In fact, I'm sitting here and I'm getting texts saying, I see your door's open, can we come chat to you today? It's just the kind of intimate scale and the sense of community is something that's really special, and you really don't get that anywhere. I've taught at other schools of architecture that are also small, but there's something really about Cooper that we punch above our weight in terms of our size. We cultivate incredible students. We have really amazing faculty, and it's just a big family, really.
I guess what I would say is I can sit up here all day and tell you all of the great things that go on here at Cooper, and given our age difference, you may or may not believe me. So this afternoon, you are going to have an opportunity to break out. The engineers will go to the respective departments, and you're going to have an opportunity to talk with these amazing faculty that I talked about and Cooper students. Ask them the hard questions. As was said earlier, our students are not shy about sharing their thoughts about what's going on. So ask them the hard questions that you need answered to make your decision to come to Cooper.
I will certainly echo that. I think Cooper students are not shy at all. And in a little while, we'll have a chance to go over our curriculum more in depth when we go upstairs into the breakout session, so you'll have an opportunity to hear from our faculty and how we design the curriculum, and we truly do design the curriculum for you. And that's really kind of amazing, because our faculty are not only the best faculty in the world, in my opinion, but they walk the walk. They don't just teach, we are all practicing artists, and we're able to connect with you in a way that I think is truly exceptional.
My closing thought is I have never worked in a place with so many people who care so much about students, their minds, their health, their development as specialists in their fields, their well-being. This care, of course, does not manifest itself in the same way for everyone, but is very palpable and very inspired and inspiring. Thank you.
Thank you all, my colleagues, and we look forward to seeing you here in the fall. I shall now turn it back over to Mark. Thank you.
Okay, I have a very Cooper-esque kind of task in front of me. In an interdisciplinary way, we've tried to design and engineer and execute in an innovative way a dismissal from this space that will not be total chaos. So this is for students only at the moment. Everyone else, please remain seated, and I'll give you direction shortly after we dismiss the students. But we might want to bring the lights up in the back a little bit so we can point out where we're going and what we're doing. As just referenced a few minutes ago, we're going to have our breakout sections or sessions by school or by major, and we have limited elevator capability at any one moment, which is part of the reason we do this slowly and carefully and in a certain order. So architecture students only, please go to the back of the room where you'll see a Peter Cooper bobblehead waving at you. And please join that group and head over to the architecture space. And I'll just wait a moment until the architects leave. Which was my very gentle way of saying, hey, architects, leave. Thank you. Electrical engineers, you're next. Okay, next are admits to the School of Art. you all get gold stars for being back in your seat. 3:30, thank you very much, really appreciate that. A couple things just so you understand what's happening in the program next. Your students are out getting detailed information from their particular school or major in the School of Engineering, and we have a delightful presentation for all of you that we will present momentarily. But I do want to tell you about what happens right after this event. We have a reception at the Grace School, which is after you exit the Great Hall, it's over to your right and across the street. We have all kinds of folks out there who are going to guide you over there. A couple things about that. Please do not try to find your student and get lost wandering in other parts of the campus, because they're being brought over to the Grace School. They'll either be there before you or they'll come after, but we know from experience if you try to find them, you won't. And then, kind of comedy ensues from there as you try to find where you're supposed to go next. So just join us over at the reception, and your students will be there. If not, as I said, already there, but they'll arrive shortly thereafter if not. The other thing I would just ask of you is there are elevators in the Grace School up to the space for our reception, but there's not enough elevators for every single person to take one. So if you are feeling up for a small hike up a couple of flights of stairs, please do that. That will help us out a little bit as we try to make our way into that space. Okay. My pleasure to introduce Professor David Gersten, who is the Director of Interdisciplinary Learning and a member of the faculty of the School of Architecture and also an alumnus of the Cooper Union. In addition to his illustrious professional career, his academic experiences have included stops at almost every imaginable role you could have in the School of Architecture, including Associate Dean and for a time, Acting Dean. David has also been a visiting professor at prestigious institutions around the world in places like China and Denmark and Argentina and Bolivia and also Rhode Island, which is not quite as exotic if you've been. Some of his recent work has focused on the history of New York City, particularly as it relates to the intersection of art, architecture, and engineering. And that theme, one of interdisciplinarity, is one of obvious interest to everyone here at Cooper. We are, after all, the Cooper Union for the Advancement of Science and Art. And today, David will speak to us on this theme, and I'm sure you're going to find it enlightening and challenging. At Cooper, we do believe that solutions to many of the world's most challenging problems are at the intersection of these disciplines, and that is what David will discuss with you now. We hope to have time for some questions and answers at the end, and so it's my great pleasure to introduce to you Professor David Gersten.
Hi, everybody. Thank you, Mark. Kind introduction. Great to see you all. Thanks for coming. Welcome. Welcome to the Cooper Union. Yes, as Mark said, I'm an alumni. I was a student here in the School of Architecture in the mid-1980s. It's not as far ago as it sounds. And in fact, I've actually never left. I've been teaching here in the school for about 35 years. So first of all, I want to congratulate all of you on your children entering this community. It is truly a remarkable place. And I feel honored, and I would also just say extremely lucky, to have been a part of this community really for most of my life. I'd also say as a parent, I know that this can be a time of incredible excitement and also a time filled with questions. Like, what are they really going to be doing in this new place where they're going? And I'd also add that I know for some of you, this may be your first time here at the school and in this great hall. So what I'd like to do today is I want to begin by sharing a little bit of the history of this place and some of how that history and legacy contributes to our mission today and to the work that we're doing here in the Cooper community. And I want to begin with a short story about our founder, Peter Cooper. So in 1859, as this building was being completed, Peter Cooper was watching a young lawyer in Illinois who wanted to be president. And we were heading towards the Civil War. Peter Cooper believed that Abraham Lincoln was the voice and the vision that the country needed. And he also felt that he didn't really have much of a chance of becoming president because nobody really knew who he was. So Peter Cooper was 18 years older than Lincoln. And in fact, it's an interesting detail that Peter Cooper, Abraham Lincoln, and Charles Darwin all share the same birthday, February 12th. Darwin and Lincoln actually have the same year, 1809. Peter Cooper was 18 years earlier in 1791. So by 1859, Peter Cooper was a well-known, beloved figure in New York City. And he decided to invite Abraham Lincoln here to the Great Hall during his campaign, where he gave his Right Makes Might speech. And Lincoln became a national figure within a matter of weeks. And the rest we know. He won the presidency, and he shifted the historic trajectory. Now, that was the beginning. It was the beginning of the Great Hall, because almost immediately, the Cooper Union became known as a place where you go if you had something to say. Susan B. Anthony and Elizabeth Cady Stanton, 1860s, founding the women's suffrage movement, working towards women's right to vote. Frederick Douglass came in 1863. Red Cloud, 1870. W.E.B. Du Bois, Eleanor Roosevelt, Pearl Buck, Bobby Seale, founder of the Black Panthers. I saw him here. It makes me sound really old, but I'm not. I do remember seeing Bobby Seale in this room. If you wanted to change the world, you announced it at the Cooper Union, here in this room. Countless social movements were born here. The founding of the American Red Cross, here in this room. The women's suffrage movement was founded here. In fact, Peter Cooper believed in Susan B. Anthony so much that he gave her offices in the building on the second floor down the hall. I can show you where her office was. The NAACP was founded here in 1919. Many workers' rights movements began here in this room. In 1909, a 23-year-old Clara Lemlich rose to her feet and called for a general strike of the garment workers in support of the Triangle Shirtwaist Company workers. The next day, 20,000 garment workers went on strike. It was the largest strike by female American workers up to that date. Many presidents have spoken here. Before they were elected, President Lincoln, Grant, Cleveland, Taft, Theodore Roosevelt, and Barack Obama all spoke here. I saw Barack Obama. None of the others. As well as sitting presidents, Woodrow Wilson, Bill Clinton, and Barack Obama. I did see Bill Clinton when he was president. He came during his campaign, too. We have a list of over 1,600 seminal speeches given in this great hall, and the subjects extend across all areas of human endeavor. From Robert J. Oppenheimer, physicist of the atomic bomb, to Edwin Muybridge, the photographer who brought the shutter speed under a second. Prior to Muybridge, still photography could only capture that which was still. because its shutter speeds were in 30, 40 minutes. Nikola Tesla, the artist Joseph Beuys, Susan Sontag to Cornel West, Naomi Klein to Senator Sherrod Brown. This space and this institution is a site of monumental civic moments, many giving voice to social movements that have removed barriers and transformed the world. Peter Cooper was a visionary, and he was a practical one. In creating the Cooper Union, he created a civic forum for open discourse and debate, and he created a school, a free and open school, that in its founding removed many barriers to education. And this is at a time where widespread public education in America didn't exist. And I mean, not even for children. There was no public school for children when this institution was founded. Peter Cooper founded this school on the principle of inclusion. He removed many of the barriers to higher education that in that time were completely ubiquitous. He removed barriers based on race, gender, religion, and social economic background. The Cooper Union founding principle of removing barriers to education righted many wrongs, and in doing so, created one of the most intellectually and creatively vital places in the world. And this really tiny educational institution has had an enormous impact across all areas of life and around the world. And I believe that this is no accident of history. I mean, it's not like Peter Cooper removed all the barriers to education and, oh, we also happen to become this incredible school. Peter Cooper understood that the barriers to education were profoundly unjust to those that they excluded, and those barriers also impoverished the internal life of an educational institution. Barring any segment of the population creates a diminished geography of human experience and knowledge within the educational community. So in creating the Cooper Union, Peter Cooper unleashed the profound idea that removing the barriers to education creates a dynamic crucible of interaction, where a great diversity of people can share their experiences, can interact, co-evolve, developing new linkages, new questions. So it's a place of free thought, of voice, of sharing ideas, and engaging in civic discourse that celebrates our differences, leading, of course, to a deeper understanding of what we share. So the educational project of the Cooper Union and the social political project of the Cooper Union are inside of each other. They are inseparable. They are structurally interdependent. The free speech of this great hall, this social contract, moves up right through these columns, structurally holding up each of the stories above, ultimately holding up the entire project of the Cooper Union. The transformative impact of the social movements and the educational projects of the Cooper Union have been felt throughout the nation and across the world. And I'd like to share with you one project that we do here that engages the students in many of these questions and histories. And it fosters an ethos of civic engagement and contributing to society. The project is called New York City, a 5,000-year history. It's a somewhat new project that I've been leading for a few years, and it takes on a number of different forms. It's a class. It's also a series of interdisciplinary workshops, bringing students together from all three schools. Now, so there are a number of ideas that are underlying this New York City of 5,000-year history. The first is the idea that New York City is a crossroads of people and cultures from all over the world. And as such, It contains a great diversity of cultures, knowledge, experience, and history that literally goes back millennium. And that these are woven into the living fabric of the multitude of communities that make up New York City. So New York City is a living ecosystem of cultural diversity in a state of continuous transformation. Now, one of the other key ideas of New York City, a 5,000-year history, is that all of the disciplines pursued here at the Cooper Union, the disciplines of art, architecture, engineering, and the humanities, are deeply woven into the evolution and construction of New York City. These disciplines all have long histories, right? They have been evolving for a very long time, and they are certainly global in their origins and reach. So this makes looking at and attempting to understand New York City far more than a historical exercise. We can see New York City as a living laboratory to explore millenniums of history and develop new questions within our disciplines that address the challenges of our increasingly complex world. So, working with students from the 3 schools, we immerse in these histories, cultures, and forms of knowledge, and create conversations and works around how they're all interacting. So reading the city carefully, listening to the city carefully, offers incredible insight to how it has evolved, and to our own historical evolutions, to who we are, and how we have lived, how we live today, and perhaps how we will live in the future. I want to share a few specific fragments from this project to offer a sense of the kinds of histories and questions we're engaging. And I'll start with another story that involves Peter Cooper, and that literally moves through the Cooper Union. The elevator. The invention of the elevator is one of those amazing stories. It's a hinge moment that in a remarkably short period of time brought about a dramatic and long-lasting impact. And it started here at the Cooper Union. This story really is a link between 2 people. Elijah Otis, the inventor of the elevator, you've probably heard of Otis Elevators, and Peter Cooper, founder of the Cooper Union. They were friends. In 1859, when the Cooper Union opened its doors, it was the tallest building in New York City. That's kind of crazy, right? 8-story building, tallest building in New York City. This gives you a hint of what it sort of felt like down here. When it was built, it contained an elevator shaft, an empty elevator shaft, that waited 4 years until Elijah invented the elevator. Because obviously Elijah and Peter Cooper, Elijah Otis, they were friends, and Peter had heard of this coming invention. So when he built the Cooper Union, he built it ready with a shaft. It's kind of funny, it's like the Jetsons, right? He was thinking, like, people are gonna move in tubes, you know? 4 years later, Elijah Otis installed the elevator. It was square when he brought it, by the way. And up until 1975, it was a square inside of a circle. Now it's a circle inside of a circle. From that moment, when he installed that, the city exploded vertically. 8 stories was the tallest building in New York City because nobody's gonna walk higher than that. That was the limit, the barrier. The elevator removed that barrier and unleashed the vertical movement that became the city we know. And this, of course, spread around the world's cities. Now, of course, the details matter. I'm a teacher, I can't help it. Because you think about it. I mean, how could that really be the first elevator? It was only 1859. I mean, you know, King Henry IV must have had some room that could be, raised and lowered with ropes. I'm going to guess that even some form of elevating room existed in Rome and Egypt. So what did Elijah Otis invent? He invented what's called the safety elevator. Now, it's an elevator that contained a mechanism that stopped the elevator cab from falling if the cable was cut. And there he is in the 1853 demonstrating it at the World's Fair in New York, cut the cable, and it drops a foot or two and grabs. This securing mechanism removed the risk of injury or loss of life if the cable cut or broke, and in doing so, created the safety and credibility necessary for the elevator to be widely used by the public. Meaning, it made the vertical movement in this tiny little space into a public space. It wasn't defined based on the size of it. It was defined based on the fact that you could use it, one, without being super rich because you had people raising and lowering you in ropes, and two, you could use it without taking the risk of death. So this created an entirely new geography of human inhabitation. All of the spaces above 8 stories was now inhabitable space, right, by the public. So in removing the vertical barrier of walking above 8 stories, the safety elevator unlocked them and mobilized the resources that fueled the 150-year vertical rise that is New York City and the world's cities. Try to picture somebody walking around before that saying, look at all the space above these buildings, like, we gotta build, we gotta do it, can I get a loan? No. As soon as it became actual inhabitable space, the credibility was converted into credit instruments, and the resources started to flow to build the rest of the city. So it sounds like a mechanical invention, but it was much more than that. It was a spatial idea. It was a space that moved, right? And it was a public space that moved. This is our elevator shaft with the mechanism in there. Old photo of the door. You can see the impact. Peter Cooper founded the Cooper Union with the fortune that he largely made in the steel industry, and specifically building the steel for the railroad tracks that crossed the American landscape. Some of you may know Leland Stanford, founded Stanford University, built the railroad track, but Peter Cooper built the steel. He also used that steel in building this building. It's one of the first steel structures in the United States. So this brings us to another hinge moment that I want to share, the railroad system. In 1869, just 10 years after the opening of the Cooper Union and the installation of the first safety elevator, the Transcontinental Railroad was completed, connecting the east and west coasts of the North American continent. And this is a quote from Rebecca Solnit. She wrote a wonderful book called River of Shadows, which is actually looking at the relationship between Leland Stanford and Edwin Muybridge, who I mentioned brought the shutter speed under a second. They were friends, and in fact, Stanford was the benefactor funding all of Muybridge's work. They understood they were both engaged in changing our spatial temporal geographies with the train, with photography. This is a quote from that book. Quote, once the North American continent had taken months to cross, and the passage was arduous and perilous. In the decades before the railroad, the time had been whittled down to 6 or 7 grueling weeks, barring accidents. With the completion of the railroad, those 3,000 miles of desert, mountain, prairie, and forest could be comfortably crossed in under a week. No space so vast had ever been shrunk so dramatically. the Transcontinental Railroad changed the scale of the Earth itself, diminishing the time it took to circumnavigate the globe. End quote. So this line, right, this one line that went across the country, was a crucial hinge in our experience of space-time geography. Right? Meaning, any given point A and point B location were spatially the same distance apart, but the time it took to get between them was dramatically different after the train, which shifted not only our experience, but the trajectories of the evolution of civilization moving forward. So there are some important and obvious comparisons here to the elevator. Right? That explosion I described earlier from the first elevator around vertically, right? Of course this happened with the train. And then we can also understand that the train and the elevator are both spaces that move, right? One moves horizontally, the other vertically. And both dramatically transformed space and time. And in doing so, created new geographies, new forms of human inhabitation. In fact, like the elevator, we know that trains move within cities, right? With the subway. Here, in fact, you can see the two together, the elevator and the subway. The subway is a remarkable expression of the direct interaction between the elevator and the train, the vertical and the horizontal. Because it's the elevator that allowed the vertical rise and consequently the density of population to live in close proximity. This is so essential to how a city evolves, to how civilization evolves, that density. And by 1904, the vertical rise of the towers in New York City, allowed by the elevator, created a density of population that moving horizontally required us to go underground. It became more efficient. But the train brought much more to the city. In collapsing these vast distances in horizontal geography between cities, now I'm talking about the entire country and ultimately the world, the train brought into close proximity people of vastly different regions who would otherwise never meet or communicate. Right? This is another quote from Rebecca Solnit. Before the train, roads were bad and sometimes dangerous. Horses were expensive, and each village and town lived in a kind of isolation hard to imagine now. Most people who wanted to get somewhere walked, and many lived and died having never gone farther than a day's walk from home. End quote. So the spatial temporal collapse across these vast geographies brought about by the train networks were of course global and were part of a growing network of interaction that radically transformed all human endeavors. And this brings me to the next hinge in the story, the telegraph, the transatlantic cable. Peter Cooper was also directly involved in pulling the transatlantic cable, linking communications between the two continents, compressing weeks into seconds in the exchange of information and ideas. He actually founded the company that pulled the cable. He was actually out there in the boat. They were 100 miles from Europe and it broke, sank. His protege Andrew Carnegie was trying to convince him to come home, and he wouldn't, and they found it, and they continued, and they connected it. Between 1857 and 1866, there were 5 attempts to connect the continents with a communications cable, each with varying degrees of success, finally achieving continuous communication in 1866. So here's another line, right? Like the Transcontinental Railroad, the Transatlantic Cable, another crucial line in the story of human transformation. In connecting the continents, the transatlantic cable removed the communication barrier of months-long shipping speeds, and the exchange of ideas began to flow in ways they never could have. Exploded in some way, right? Removing barriers mobilizes resources. This is what Peter did with the elevator, with the cable, with Cooper, the school, right? Remove the barrier, mobilize the interactions. So like the elevator and the train, the transatlantic cable collapsed the distances within the vast networks of uneven human geographies, bringing into direct communication people who would otherwise literally have an ocean between them. And the communication networks of today are directly linked to the transatlantic telegraph cable. So removing the communication barrier unlocked the resources that fueled the 160-year continuous transformation of global communications. There's actually an interesting link between Cooper Union and the United Nations that grew out of this story. I don't have it in my notes, but I'm going to try to get the names right. Because as soon as that happened, something around 28, 29 countries, leaders of countries, decided that they should, now that they had this communication, because you understand, if it was prior to that, it was 6-8 weeks of shipping to send letters back and forth. That was the shortest communication, comparable to the Transcontinental Railroad. So they said, okay, well, now that we can do this, we really should form a union, like we should talk, like we should try to, stabilize the world. I mean, obviously they were talking about other things they wanted to do to the world too, but they knew that there was an opportunity to create a union. And so it was the International Telegraph Union, the ITU, which the United Nations positions not only as its earliest predecessor, but its oldest division. It's still part of the UN. Right? It's now the International Communications Union, the ICU. But that's the division of the UN that is the oldest, and it's directly linked to Peter Cooper and the cable. And there are people over there, I do things with them, there are people over there that are very aware of that, that consider us to have this affinity. This is the earliest known photograph of a person. This photo is of a street in Paris. It was taken by Louise Daguerre in 1838. You can see there's someone standing there. The street was likely filled with people moving in all directions, none of which are in the photo because the shutter speed was too slow, as I mentioned before. Still photography at that time could only capture everything that stayed still, like the buildings. It's interesting because he's there because he was getting his shoe shined and it took a long time. There were roughly 65 years between the emergence of photography in 1838 and its evolution into film with the Louis Lumière, the Lumière brothers, 1895. These years largely overlapped with the transformative periods of the elevator, the train, and the transatlantic cable. These are early zoetropic images, the beginnings of heading towards film. This is Thomas Edison with an early film experiment. Here he is again. Thomas Edison went to Cooper Union. Sorry. Photography and film. They allow us to experience the past in the present. So like the train and the telegraph, photography and film radically transformed our space-time geographies. So they collapse a point A and point B in space and time, meaning in the most basic sense, photography happened at a point in time when it was taken, right, a photograph, and is happening at any given time when it is viewed. So this photograph that we are looking at happened in 1928. And we can recognize, it's happening again, recognize it right now. That's Thomas Edison at the right, and he's demonstrating his movie camera to Kodak founder George Eastman. So, there is a moment, a point A, when the photograph captured its subject, and that point A moment is held in the image and carried forward towards all of the point B moments when the photograph is experienced, including now. So like the train and the telegraph, photography and film collapse time. They create entirely new geographies in time, linking a multitude of past moments into the present tense experience we're having. In many ways, photography, film, and the modern city all grew up together. There were 80 years between the construction of the Eiffel Tower, 1889, and the construction of the World Trade Center towers, 1969. 80 years, it's kind of astonishing, right, that these two moments are that close to each other in time. This is something comparable to a person's lifetime, 80 years. It would seem to me like if the proposition was that the Empire State Building, right, it would make more sense than the World Trade Center. Right? 80 years between the Eiffel Tower and the Empire State Building. I get it. But the Eiffel Tower and the World Trade Center? This is a chart showing the global population growth over the last 10,000 years. And during that 80 years, between the Eiffel Tower and the World Trade Centers, the population of the planet more than doubled from about 1.48 billion in 1889 to about 3.6 billion in 1969. And in the 55 years since 1969, it's more than doubled again, growing from about 3.6 billion in 1969 to about 8 billion today. So it should be little wonder, this incredible sensation that the world is changing. In fact, it is. Today, in these early decades of the 21st century, the most common observation is transformation itself. Cultural, technological, social, political, biological, ecological, and economic transformations. We are in the midst of unprecedented realignments and rearticulations of every aspect of our lives. We are certainly in uncharted waters. And there are people and communities, organizations, institutions, across all disciplines and across the globe that are increasingly confronted by the need for new models of asking these extraordinarily complex questions of our time. In fact, when Abraham Lincoln spoke here in this room, by the way, at this podium, we don't put it in a museum, we use it. It's been here the whole time. yeah, just about every, speaker mentions, as I stand at Lincoln's podium, it's like, you hear it all the time. So when Abraham Lincoln stood at this podium in 1860 to address the challenges of that time, there were 1.2 billion people on Earth. When Martin Luther King Jr. gave his I Have a Dream speech in 1963, which is really just 60 years ago, there were 3.2 billion people on Earth. So when we look at this chart of the last 10,000 years, we can ask a simple and perhaps most mysterious question, which is, what happened? I mean, look at that. It's kind of nuts. Right? An astonishing curve in the growth of human population on Earth. I mean, it would certainly seem that something happened. The world's population is 12 times what it was, 12 times what it was just 300 years ago. 12 times what it was when the Constitution of the United States was being formed. It's 150 times what it was 5,000 years ago. So to ask, what happened, is to open up an extremely complex and I would say very rich set of questions. And of course, there's no singular origin point, there's no singular explanation or simple answer. It's the interaction of a multitude of living systems. When we ask what happened, we are also asking what may happen. Where are we going? What is to come? And what role can we play in creating a better future? So the transformations of our time contain great challenges and great opportunities. We are immersed in waves of transformation, and we are, of course, surrounded by multiple forms of crises, with billions of people at risk. The very tangible potential of education to create a better world, to transform the lives of the most vulnerable, creates an urgent call. And responding to this call is at the heart of this project and the project of the Cooper Union. So, education, the evolution of knowledge. It affords us a unique means of navigating the challenges we face, individually and as a community and a civilization, creating the transformations that aspire to our best hopes and aspirations. So in the project New York City, a 5,000-year history, we engage a large arc of content, asking questions of our city, our disciplines, our world, and our humanity. And there are literally thousands of moments, hinges, turning points within different time frames that are all interacting in this endless story of life and civilization that moves through New York City. So the project is a close examination of the city and the nature of transformation, looking at a vast range of moments in the histories of art, architecture, engineering, science, poetry, film, theater, technology, finance, politics, industry, biology, medicine, religion, and literature, to name just a few. I want to offer just a bit more of a sense of what we're doing with this project, and I'm just going to very quickly look. I mean, we did very quickly look at the invention of the elevator, the train, the telegraph, the emergence of film photography, their impact on space-time. But I'm going to just name a few more. In the broad project, we look at the invention of modern incorporations, financial instruments, debt, equity, compound interest, market functionality, and modern banking, and their impact on space, time, resource distribution, and collective judgment. We study pre-Greek forms of reenactment, of myth and ritual, as modes of navigating complexity, and the birth of the Greek theater, and this hinge in storytelling and perception. We look at Yoruba culture, and specifically the transformations of Yoruba polytheism through many forms of recombination in the arts and sciences. We look at the water infrastructures of New York City and the enormous multi-decade projects that bring life-giving water to this city. We study the birth of the nuclear and its links to financial securitization today. We look at the formation of the United Nations and the articulation of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. This is a framework that was put together by the UN in 2015 to address the most significant challenges on Earth, from famine to climate crisis to gender equality. Number 4 is education. A lot of what I do in the world is work on the relationship of number 4 to all of the others, right? The fact that the evolution of knowledge is a way to approach the broader crises that the SDG framework lays out. We look closely at representation, at drawing and painting, and the long shattering of the picture plane in painting between 1880s and the 1960s, from Cézanne to Braque Picasso to Malevich. I always tell my students a drawing can be of something, but it always is something. And I tell them that we should not make drawings to show something, but to see something. We look closely at questions of perception and experience, and we link them to many of the previous things that I mentioned. As an example, I often work with the question, when we look in a mirror, why does our image flip horizontally but not vertically? It takes about a half hour just to even open that one up, so I'm just going to leave it hanging there. Just think about it. I can tell you one hint, which is probably what happened when I asked the question, is part of the answer. What happened when I asked the question is you maybe tried to remember yourself looking in a mirror. That's also going on when you're looking in a mirror. We look at questions of biological evolution and its relational interaction with our environment. As an example, gravity. I'll give you a short one. Gravity here on Earth, its pull is asymmetrical, right? Meaning it has a direction, which is, it's a field of vectors that is pulling towards a point, right? Direction towards the center of the Earth, right? So it's not in both directions, it has a direction, which means it's asymmetrical. Of course, so are we, right? That's why our head is round and our feet are flat, because we have been in conversation with gravity for a really long time, and we have evolved in that asymmetry. We work with questions of cognition and recognition or recognition, and here's an example that I like a lot. I will often write that on a chalkboard, wait about 15 seconds, then I'll erase it. Some part of the room gets it, some doesn't, but of course those are 82 numbers and letters, and that's how you can remember their order. That's how can we remember 82 numbers and letters in a specific order, having only seen them for 15 seconds. It's quite different than those long encrypted password codes, right? Cognitively, there's a technical name for that. It's called chunking. So we gather together meaning, right? We member and then remember the parts of that. Right? It's a large part of how we make sense of the world, not only in language, in our perception of perceptual experience. So, from the cave drawings to the dawn of cryptocurrencies, the conversation explores many forms of comprehension, understanding, perception, action, expression. And most importantly, we are searching for unknown linkages that we perhaps have not yet imagined, for recombinations of ideas that could contribute to our understanding of our times and the role that we could play in creating the transformations to come. So one of the beautiful and important ways we do this is through project-based research. Each of the students pursue a project. They can do it individually or in collaboration with others. We always have groups from the 3 schools doing this. And these are based on exploring linkages between New York City and the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, and specifically to do this through finding connections to the students' personal life experience, right, to their story and their experiences. So it's something like thinking of New York City and the Sustainable Development Goals and each person's life experiences as 3 sets of lenses, right, that they can be moved in relation to each other and through which they can perceive and engage these large questions that we face today. Right? So they can look at the SDGs through New York City, or they can look at New York City through the SDGs of their life, right? Move it around to try to see how to create some perception or understanding. Because many of these crises we face today can be understood as crises of comprehension or crises of understanding. Meaning, changing the world literally means changing how we understand it, how we experience it, how we act in it, how we speak it to ourselves and others. So here you could say we're asking, how can we remember 8 billion people, each with their individual specific lives, their own voices? How can we recognize each of these lives as fundamentally and ethically equal to all other lives on Earth? And there is a word for this, and it's not chunking. It's empathy. Our empathic imagination, our empathic intelligence, when fostered, grows and develops into an ethics, a dedication of purpose that is central to the ethical engagement of all of our disciplines, and to crafting our shared stories of mutual understanding. So to return to where we began with this great hall and its long history of social movements and civic engagement. So if there's one thing that I would like to share with you today, perhaps the most important thing I could share as your children enter this community, it's that the educational, ethical, social, political project of the Cooper Union is very much alive. If you want to change the world, the Cooper Union is still where you come to do it. Now, a lot has happened here in the last 160 years, and there is more to come. And it will come from your children, from their questions, from their voices, their creative urgencies, and their civic imaginations. Because the urgent need for social movements, for exploratory works of empathy and ethics are as present as they have ever been. And it is for all of us, for all of our students and the entire community, to ask the questions that have not yet been imagined, to listen to the unheard voices, to find the movements of our time and to create, literally create the transformations that embody our best hopes and aspirations. And this is the social contract that your children are entering. And it is the structure that holds up the Cooper Union. So thank you and welcome to all of you. And Mark told me we have time for questions. Oh, we don't?
We probably don't.
Okay.
I'm the time master, so yeah, I think we need to move on.
All right. Well, great to see you all.
Thank you so much. And now that I think about it, following that with some information about financial aid feels like a pretty hard transition. A little mundane, but my colleagues, Amy Westfall, Fatima Dalal, directors of admission in art and architecture and engineering, and my colleague Chris Chamberlain, the dean of students, we thought we might actually, when we were planning this a few months ago, many of you will know that the financial aid system in the United States was and is broken, but was more broken then than it is now. And we imagined that we might even have an admitted student day where our students hadn't received any information about their financial aid, no award letter or anything like that. And fortunately, that's no longer the case. And so maybe we don't need quite as much time as we had originally imagined. And I would also emphasize, again, that if you have a highly individual question, please approach us at the reception, us or anyone else from the staff, you know, depending on the nature of the question, and we'd be happy to answer then. But in the next, whatever it is, 10 minutes or so, if there are questions about financial aid or anything else you heard today, we are here to try to answer.
Can we get some house lights up, please?
Yeah, thank you.
So we can see the crowd. This is you. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Right here. Can you tell us about this Cooper Union's position on scholarship stacking? You know, there is a significant gap between the half of tuition and how our scholarships that are earned, how is that applied, or do you reduce the amount of tuition or grant from the school? So if my son earns significant scholarships from third party and private industry, is that going to be deducted? You know, they call it scholarship stacking.
Gotcha.
So
Yeah.
okay. So to close that gap between the financial aid awarded and the fees, if he brings $20,000 in scholarships to the school, how's that going to affect the 50% tuition and
Sure.
grant that you're providing?
Sure. So 9 times out of 10, there would be literally no impact on any kind of aid that the student receives if they had also received some external award that augments their package. So you have $20,000 from us, you get 10 from somebody else, you got 30. You know, there's no impact whatsoever. However, in that 1 out of 10 times maybe, or 2 times out of 10, there's only so much financial aid you can receive before you start to be earning money as a student. We process dollars from the federal government, and we can't, if you've reached your maximum amount, all your costs are covered, we can't then take federal money and write you a check for it, which is understandable, right? So that has to go towards actual costs. So there is a limit at some end. So theoretically, a student like that who has a lot of that aid then receives a third-party scholarship might have their federal aid reduced because we just can't go over, we can't go over that limit. Appreciate the really challenging, good question.
Start easy.
So, yeah, let's go.
Anybody else? Any other questions?
One of the things that I would say while you're all still here is we send out evaluations about our day, typically to your children, but we would love to hear your feedback about the entire organization of the day. Anything you can suggest to us about how to make this be better for you, we would really appreciate any thoughts you have on that.
I can also just add, I know in the presentation I did earlier, there was contact information for the student affairs folks, and just wanted to stress, and that I sincerely mean, me or anyone else on the team, please don't hesitate to reach out. I know after, today's a fairly unique day where you're here, you're seeing things, you're hearing a lot, you're gonna go eat some, what I'm sure is amazing food that the team has put together, and tomorrow you might wake up and be like, oh my God, I wish I had asked this question. Just because this event ends does not mean that your access to all of us, and I'll even speak for outside of student affairs, but anyone at Cooper is still there. So please reach out, ask questions, whether it's email, you can give a phone call. Email might actually get a quicker response than phone these days, but one never knows. But anything you need, just send an email to someone, and you definitely will get a response. We're all here for you, particularly on the student care front too. I just want to make sure, I've said this earlier and wanted to stress again, if your student is coming to Cooper and you know that they have some challenges, needs, anything that they might need some support around, connect with our team earlier rather than later, just so we can help to build that conversation and start having those connections. And that could be anything from just challenges to to a chronic medical condition, whatever it is. You don't have to wait to submit the medical forms to make us aware that you need some extra support. Like, reach out sooner rather than later. Alex, our Director of Student Care, is back in the corner there. So if you have any kind of specific situational questions that you want to run past, he's here. And again, we're also totally available. We spend a good deal of our summer sometimes meeting with students and families before they actually arrive on campus. So, I know a lot of the unique nature of what we may deal with is highly personalized and not appropriate for something to bring to this space. But know that we are here now today, and we're also continuing on, literally from now until your students are walking across the stage with the diploma in their hands. So just wanted to stress that that is a sincere outreach and a sincere offer. We are here for y'all. And just because today's event ends does not mean that your access to us or your ability to pose other questions or whatnot ends then too.
Thank you, Chris. Would you like to work for the admissions office?
I know, right? Got
Thanks,
a job
Mark.
for you.
Because
Kind
we
of got
like
my
to
hands
say
full
that
over in
too.
student affairs, but I appreciate the offer.
I also want to add one thing as well. Parents, if you could please encourage your son or daughter to read their emails, check their emails. I think this generation, maybe because they get inundated with a lot of email, they're not always checking their email, and that is how we communicate with them mostly, from everything from billing and financial aid to registration to student affairs issues. If you have questions, it's probably there somewhere in an email.
I tried to say this at our seminar a few days ago when we had it for financial aid, but I used to work at another institution, and there was a large grant given to us for financial aid purposes, and all you had to do as a student was raise your hand. You just had to come in and say, I'd like some of that money, and we sent the notification out by email. We couldn't give it away. So the point is, you're trying to sell, you're trying to give away money, and you can't do it because they won't check their email. So while the advice, one of the most important things I would say to parents, if you're trying to help your students navigate college life, registration details, academic advising details, all kinds of really important things about the life of the institution, and we don't have anything better than email yet, so that's where it is. I saw a couple of questions. Oh, multiple.
Oh.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you so much.
Is it on?
Really appreciate Cooper's model of providing 50% tuition for all incoming students. That really is aligned with your values. I know there's a plan to get back to 100% tuition, I think by FY 2029. Is that going to be a gradual increase to 100? And I guess my question is, to what degree will that affect this incoming class of 2024?
Terrific question. Our plan actually is to return to free by the 28-29 academic year. So this impacts, if my math is right, our architects especially, if that happens, there will not be tuition in their final year for students in the School of Architecture. The plan is to gradually get there. So essentially what that would mean is 100% discount in total. And so in each year between now and then, we'll be increasing the amount of need-based financial aid that we have for students. So what that would, every year, if you're a person who fills out the FAFSA and you qualify for need-based support, it may turn out that you receive more with each passing year. Some families already receive full financial need, meaning that their entire tuition is already covered, so they won't receive more. But others who are receiving somewhere between 50 and 99 might incrementally see that go up, but it will be a function of your financial situation. We're still in a moment where we need to ask families who can afford to pay to do so, but we want to be able to extend more need-based financial aid over time, and that is our plan. We emphasize this as a plan because it's based on the complex financial workings of a college and its endowment, and none of that is certain, especially when you look on a 4 to 5 year time horizon. But thank you very much for the question. I hope I got to most of it. Another question? Yes, sir. I see.
Thank you very much for the generous 50% across the board that you all are providing. My question is about the appeal process for the need-based assessment, and I want to give you a little bit of context why I'm saying that, because some of the professions have volatile income, in particular my field, which is real estate. Fun fact, not so much fun for us, is in 2023, about half of real estate agents sold 0 to 1 homes. So the income decreased dramatically, while FAFSA is looking 2 years ago that may have been better. So what is the process, and how much would you consider this volatility in income for parents?
Thank you. I appreciate that question very much. Classic example of a family who should appeal to go through our appeal process in financial aid. The reality of the federal financial aid system for Cooper and all the other colleges that use it is that it's zeros and ones. There's no narrative. It's just numbers popping into a system and it pops back out. And lots of times, because of those time lags in there, there's something significant that's impacted a family, and we need to know that because we don't from the data that we receive. On our financial aid website, there's a link to our appeal form. Fill the form out. We meet once a week all summer long to process those appeals. We expect to do a lot more of that this year because of the new system we have anyway. It's just going to generate more appeals, so we're processing them quickly and turning around the information. So it gives you a chance to explain yourself, essentially. Like, tell us whatever has happened and whatever's occurred, and your sense of how the FAFSA might be misrepresenting your ability to pay, and we take a good hard look at that. And frankly, I'm really proud to be at Cooper because I can answer this question with sincerity and say we're looking for a way to make it more affordable. We really are.
Thank you. I have a question on Cooper Union's policy on the sibling discount. If you have a sibling in another university that already paying full tuition, then if Cooper Union has any discount for that.
I don't want to answer all these questions, but I guess this one still me as well, right? Yeah. So. The short answer is we don't have a formal discount. I know of some institutions where you just automatically get a 10% off because Johnny and Mary are both at the school. we don't do that. However, in the course of our experience at Cooper, for families that have financial need and you're sending 2 children to college, typically that second child, if they're both in college at the same time, is going to have a pretty significant impact on your ability to pay for college. It doesn't really double. It's the same number for one kid as it really is for the second. And we take that into consideration in our discretionary need-based awards that we extend. So it's a long way of saying, while there's no formal policy, informally we usually are able to do something to be supportive of a family who has 2 children in college. We have time, I think, for one more question, because the thing that's between you and some really nice food and a killer jazz trio is us, and we don't want to get hurt. So we'll take one more question.
We've got someone back there.
Hi, a lot of pressure with this last question, but my question is about merit aid. So there's the 50%, and then there's need-based. What is the merit-based process? How do you dole that out to students if a merit award was given and we would like to appeal, or how does the whole process work? But really around how do you give that merit slice of the pie out to students?
Okay, I'm going to let my colleagues Amy and Fatima take a turn at this, but I would just say briefly that it all happens in the course of the admissions process. We have one small fund that is known as the Innovator Award, relatively small, and students are identified in the admissions process. And what we're trying to do with those dollars is identify students who have what we believe to be extraordinary capabilities to be innovators on our campus and to make a special contribution, and they typically do not qualify for other awards, and we want to extend some additional dollars there. That's one part of it. There's a second part of it where there are some institutional dollars, and this is where I think my college should speak to it, but there are specific scholarships that are set aside for students who are entering into art or architecture or engineering, and that too is a process that happens during the admissions process. But Amy and Fatima, maybe you could say a little bit more.
Sure. You know, we do have additional funds. We just need to hear from you. So if for some reason what we've given you so far doesn't, meet your need, we're happy to reconsider. So it's really just a matter of filing that appeal and letting us know. But yeah, we're happy to work with you.
Exactly that. And if you are interested, please don't hesitate to reach out to me, fatima.dalal@cooper.edu, and we'll try to respond as soon as possible.
All right.
Okay. Now, if you all rush over there and you need the elevator, you might have to wait a little while. So we could kind of gently make our way out the door. And those of you who are up to a short walk up the stairs, I invite you to do that. Yeah. Thank you so much.
And please
Thank you.
come see us at the reception.